कर दीजिए मैम शुरू।
Okay. Namaste. Welcome to the Conclave on Direct-to-Mobile Broadcast and 5G Broadband Convergence Roadmap for India, organized by IIT Kanpur with support from Prasar Bharati and TSDSI. I am Bindu Srivastav from TSDSI, and I, along with Major General Preetam Bishnoi, will be your hosts for this conclave. Before we begin, here are a few hygiene announcements. The conclave is scheduled from 10:15 a.m. till 5:30 p.m. with 6 technical sessions and a demonstration of the proof of concept on converged network infrastructure. You are requested to kindly keep your mobile phones on silent mode during the sessions. Tea, coffee and lunch will be served on the ground floor. The restrooms are located outside the hall. Please do visit the POC demo setup, which is in the dining area on this floor, next to the lifts, where experts are available to help you with any questions or doubts you may have, and you want to look at the use cases that are being demonstrated.
Lamp lighting. We are privileged to have today with us, Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRAI, Shri Apur Chandra, Secretary Information and Broadcast Ministry, Shri A.K. Tiwari, Member Technology, Shri Shashi Shekhar Vempathi, CEO Prasar Bharati, Shri Engine Subramanyam, Chairman TSDSI, Shri Abhay Karandikar, Director IIT Kanpur, Ms. Pamela Kumar, DG TSDSI. So we would request you also to come for the lamp lighting.
I can say thank you. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sirs and ma'am, for your gracious presence. May I request you to kindly, you're seated already, thank you. We now start with the inaugural session, and I'll invite Ms. Pamela Kumar, Director General TSDSI, to kindly moderate this session. Before we start, I'll give an introduction to Ms. Pamela Kumar. Yeah, a very short introduction. Pamela Kumar is a Director General of TSDSI and the Bharati Chair, Visiting Professor at IIT Punjab University. Since her joining at TSDSI as Director General in early 2017, TSDSI has made a mark in the global standards arena with its contribution to the low mobility large cell requirement for 5G and the 5GI standard. She's also been instrumental in the country adopting the 1M 2M based TSDSI standards for IoT M2M applications. She's worked with the Department of Telecommunications to conceptualize a 5G high-level forum, which led to the formation of several task forces and is now actively driving execution of its recommendations. TSDSI has forged deep partnerships with global STOs and forums under her watch. Welcome, Pamela, to the session. Pamela, could you take over, please? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome everybody. Today is indeed a very momentous day. Is there an echo? It's okay? Okay. So, you know, the journey for this broadcast broadband convergence started in 2018 when we had a joint workshop along with the ATSC and TRAI chairman at that time, Mr. Sharma, had also come there. DOT was there, and there was Shekhar Vempati ji was there. And that was the first deliberation we had on this concept of broadcast broadband convergence. And since then, there's been a lot of momentum that has built around it. So far that we also have a chip and we have a POC, and all of that will be discussed today. So today is an important day, an important milestone. And what we are hoping that all of you here would participate in these deliberations. We have enough breaks for you to look at the POCs and engage with all the participants here and put to rest anything in doubt about, you know, about two things. One is that this is the right time for broadcast broadband convergence to be launched in India, and India should pioneer and pilot it because the need is here, right? We have the biggest need with being the #1 data consumer in mobile communication, and the mobile networks are getting clogged because of all the quote-unquote broadcast data which is flowing on the cellular networks. So this is really the time for all of us to put our heads together and pioneer this technology and make it a success in India. So with those words, I would invite Professor Karandikar to give a welcome address. Who doesn't know Professor Karandikar? I really don't need to give a very big introduction, but just to say that he's currently the director of IIT Kanpur, and he was earlier the chair professor, the head of the department, and the dean at IIT Bombay. And he was also been the chairman of TSDSI, and for a short stint he even stepped in to fill in the boots of the Director General, which is a very arduous task. And with his leadership, he has provided great direction to TSDSI, set a very strong foundation for TSDSI. And most importantly, his passion for this lower end of the spectrum, the sub-gigahertz, and how to use, whether it's TV white space or whatever. I mean, he's been talking about this for many, if there's any expert in the world who understands all the nuances of what is to be done to utilize this technology, this spectrum effectively and make it available to the users, he is the person. So Professor Karandikar, welcome.
Thank you, Pamela. First of all, it is my great privilege to welcome Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRAI, Shri Apurva Chandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Shri A.K. Tiwari, Member, Digital Communications Commissions, Shri N.G. Subramaniam, Chief Operating Officer of TCS and Chairman TSDSI, Shri Shashi Shekhar Vempati, CEO of Prasar Bharati, and Ms. Pamela Kumar, Director General of TSDSI. I think as Pamela mentioned, we have reached a very important milestone today in the form of having this conclave of direct to mobile broadcasting. And in fact, I'm very delighted to say, and I would request the Chairman TRAI to look at the demo where, you know, the direct to mobile broadcasting services are being showcased, where IIT Kanpur has worked with a startup Sankhya Lab, which is now a Tata Group company, to sort of showcase this technology. As all of you know that increased usage of video consumption, especially the streaming services, along with a host of new services, for example, software download over wireless networks or group communications, IoT, emergency response communication systems, have created a need for support for multicast and broadcast services in wireless networks. Although you know that in cellular networks, a lot of efforts 3GPP has taken to optimize the spectrum resources for multicast and broadcast services, starting from MBMS, multicast and broadcast services in 3GPP's release 6, to LTE enhanced MBMS, to further enhanced MBMS in release 14. And now, you know, in the 5G, the multicast broadcast services, a lot of optimizations have been done to sort of save the spectrum resources. But despite the optimization of the multicast and broadcast services, the fact remains that these OTT services, these video services over the wireless networks consume a very precious spectrum resource of the cellular networks. And that is where there is a need for having multiple radio access technology. As all of you know, Wi-Fi is one such radio access technology which is becoming extremely popular as one of the multi-rat access. And with now direct to mobile broadcasting becoming a reality, I feel that the DTM along with the Wi-Fi will become an important part of the multi-radio access technology in the 5G ecosystem. The current 5G core networks actually nicely provides a framework of coexisting with other non-3GPP networks, which is like the Wi-Fi or the terrestrial television broadcasting, like the direct to mobile broadcasting. And in this context, it is important that a standard such as ATSC 3.0 can work in a very cohesive fashion with the 3GPP 5G networks to provide the kind of services which really, a country like India needs. As all of you know, that our country by 2027 may have a large population, maybe 140 billion, and we will have about 35 lakhs households. Even if you assume a very modest data rate of 5 Mbps per household, and with a standard contention ratio, a conservative estimate states that we will have a large data requirement of almost 57 hexabytes per day we will be generating, That is the kind of data that we'll be generating. And this would mean that we require three things. One is that significant spectrum resources to continue this over the wireless networks. Another is the scalable core networks, because even if there is enough spectrum in order to carry the data over the 3GPP networks or over the 5G networks, we need a scalable core networks. And finally, even if large amount of spectrum is available, no spectrum will be able to actually provide a very high quality services to satisfy a good customer experience. And therefore, in a country like India, heterogeneous wireless networks with a multi-radio access technology would be really the order of the day. And in this context, I strongly feel that direct to mobile broadcasting with standards such as ATSC, Wi-Fi with standards such as Wi-Fi 6, along with the 5G converged core would be really a reality, and I think we should really take some steps forward in this direction. I'm very delighted that, in the last 2 years or so, we were really able to showcase this technology in partnership with Sankhya Labs, and all of you will be able to see the demo today. I hope that we will be able to launch this kind of services in a country like India, where not only, the broadcast as a service would become a reality for TV broadcasting applications, but even for applications such as emergency response communication, disaster response, and in situations where internet is not available, for example, due to any disaster, etc., where emergency response communication services can be broadcasted over, these technologies would become a reality. So thank you very much for taking your time to join us. We have an exciting program lined up today, and I look forward to interacting and listening to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Karandikar, and that was a very good stage that he has set, that we need ATSC direct to mobile, ATSC based direct to mobile, Wi-Fi 6 and the 5G converged core. With these three components, we're going to make broadcast broadband convergence a reality. So, and all of these are kind of ready to make that happen. So thanks a lot for setting the stage on this. So now I would invite Shri N.G. Subramaniam for a special address. Shri N.G. Subramaniam is our chairman of TSDSI, and he is also the chief operating officer and executive director of Tata Consultancy Services. He is chairman of Tata Elxsi Limited and a non-executive director on the boards of Tata Communications Limited and Tejas Networks Limited, which includes Sankhya Labs. So it's great to have him with us. And he's been in TSDSI as our chairman for last 2 years. And we've learned so much under his leadership on how he has created big change and a big transformation in a very quiet and very steady way, nudging us in the right direction. And I would assume that he's been the brain behind Tejas and Sankhya coming into Tata's and creating this creating a platform for the next big telecom IT revolution in the country. So over to you, Mr. Subramaniam.
Thank you, Pamela, and good morning. Shri Vaghela ji, other dignitaries on the dais, Mrs. Madeline Nolan, President ATSC, Mr. Mark Aitken, One Media President, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you all today to discuss a subject that's very much on the minds of everyone in the communications and broadcast industry. This convergence agenda is due to the advancements of digital technologies and the applications that we have witnessed in the last 5 years or so, if not more. I was preparing this speech for the last few days, and my son saw me that I was preoccupied. And then he was asking me about what this conference is about, and I told him about this is about convergence, and then he saw me printing this speech. He said, "Dad, you shouldn't be printing this speech. You should be casting it, and everybody in the audience should be able to listen to you in the language of their choice. Why are you printing it?" And I felt that, look, the future is in good hands, right? So that's the advancements that's happening in the industry today. And I must compliment the industry players in the last 2 years during this pandemic, especially in India, the telcos and broadcasters alike, for the way they amplified and reconfigured their products and services that kept us working, first of all, that kept the economy ticking, fueled the digital innovation within the country, that led to a vibrant startup ecosystem in India. Cellular industry is adopting 5G at scale, and the broadcast industry, the new ATSC 3.0 digital transmission standards. Together, they will drive the next wave of digital transformation across the world. In summary, This means broadcasting becomes part of internet, Wi-Fi and 5G or vice versa, depending upon how you look at it. Connectivity will form the backbone in this new era of communication, opening new choices, expectations and opportunities. So in the next 10 to 12 minutes or so, let me try and cover what I see are the important imperatives for India as a country. So the context is pretty much India focused. So the imperative one is what I call as purpose-led connectivity. With its demographics, distribution of population and economic conditions, India represents a unique context and opportunity for connectivity, access and affordability, and the current technology deployment status that is very different from anywhere in the world. As a country, we have certain priorities and aspirations, if I can call, which can be classified broadly into, number one is education for all. Enabling rural education, distance learning is fundamental for our country's future. The second one is health and safety for all. Emergencies and natural calamities, weather, pandemic, public safety, rural healthcare enablement, hospitals connectivity, shared resources and expertise, especially in the context of a teacher-student ratio that we have, or doctor population ratio that we have. Health and safety for all, leveraging the technologies is going to be very critical. The third aspect of priority is yield and productivity in everything that we do in India. Connectivity enriched agriculture, storage, distribution, supply chain, inventory management, warehousing, whatnot, right? Everything that we do need to be delivered with extraordinary productivity, extraordinary yield, in order that we create differentiation and make in India a priority for us. The last one which I felt was democratized information and entertainment, news, entertainment and infotainment that will support our trade, tradition and technology alike. Yes, we have 1.2 billion cellular connections with huge smartphone penetration, highest data consumption rates and lowest internet tariffs. Yes, 5G will bring great potential for our future digital enablement of citizens. It can ensure digital, financial, economic and social inclusion of a large unserved and underserved population. However, accessibility and affordability and experience is still an opportunity to improve, and that needs to be addressed. So time has come to look at solutions by defining a singular purpose on connectivity that will enhance coverage, capacity and experience in every nook and corner of India. Imperative 2 is need for convergence in mobile, unicast and broadcast networks. Broadcast offers an efficient transmission solution to provide high quality user experience, and the converged power and capability can enhance this reach significantly. To solve the unique aspirations of India, broadcast broadband convergence is vital, which can bring the ability to deliver information directed to mobile with spectral and transmission efficiencies. 5G aims to revolutionize different vertical industries, including media broadcasting. This may represent a huge opportunity for broadcast, especially when considering new approaches for broadcast and broadband evolving into new converged platforms, interconnecting terrestrial broadcast and cellular wired broadband systems together. Such hybrid platforms have been tested and proven in other parts of the world. For example, HBB TV in EU, hybrid cast in Japan, and Gingha in Brazil. This enables completely new features and models such as object-based services like multi-view and personalized captioning, traffic offloading at the transportation and MAC layer, tower sharing at the physical layer, convergence. These features and capabilities will mean enhanced quality, traffic stability, mobile and in-motion experience, personalized service and user interaction, CAPEX and OPEX efficiency, and better coverage via tower overlay. All these have the potential to fast-track India's aspirations. For example, broadcast as a service can be conceptualized for disaster management and real-time decision-making. Civil unrest or natural calamities require instantaneous action, reaction, and real-time decisions. This might require one to create an exclusive communication channel on the go and using it for multimedia-based targeted dissemination of information that can be interactive. Use of artificial intelligence-enabled cameras for face and object recognition, anomaly detection through CCTV, and setting up governance for public safety measures can connect to control stations for decisions with 5G. Rural schools can receive broadcast-centric classes with live streams of online classes to augment teacher-student ratio, in effect democratizing the quality of education across India. Likewise, rural healthcare can be amplified. Imperative 3, I call it a spectrum availability and leverage for next-gen broadcast. As we overlay 5G on existing networks, it's crucial to consider a multi-band strategy for 5G from spectrum standpoint. We will need spectrum across the different bands. Low band, nationwide coverage and coverage reliability, especially use cases of IoT which are going to be deployed in places which are harder to reach with other frequency bands. Mid-band, for consistent capacity and speed experience across broader geographies. This is important for many mobile broadband applications. Millimeter wave, dense urban to reach those ultra-high speeds. Venues like urban areas, traffic hotspots to provide some localized applications such as manufacturing plants and machines. Imperative 4 is edge ecosystem and service delivery prominence. Broadcast as a service has the potential to be made ubiquitous by leveraging 5G edge infrastructure. An affordable OTT platform becomes very easy to integrate when you have such an infrastructure. So 5G edge service delivery platforms can bring contextual, curated, and enhanced quality of broadcast information and dissemination. Imperative 5 is regulations. The convergence holds great promise for delivering greater connectivity and improved economic conditions. We are going to be seeing technological convergence, media convergence, and network convergence. This will entail consumers execute multiple functions to serve a blended purpose on converged devices. Such converged devices will consume data in various formats from a network directly and are interconnected with other devices to offer ubiquitous access of curated information to users. In such an environment, there will be a lot of innovation, yet data privacy and security related issues will definitely be there. Hence, the regulatory framework may also converge as well and facilitate economic innovation, a broader approach to promote competition and address holistically the converged data privacy and security considerations. Imperative 6 is the role of standards and that of SDOs and SSOs. Industry forums that are anchored in India, driven by Indian intelligentsia to promote innovation and contribution to the software assets, which are fulcrum to the 5G-based software-centric architecture, is essential, and that plays to India's traditional strengths. 5GI becoming integral to 5G standards for India and the world is a big step in enabling India's objective of enhanced coverage across rural, remote, and urban areas. The merger of the 5GI's requirements into 3GPP 5G standards enables a single common specification going forward, as well as creating a single radio access solution for 5G deployments in India and globally. TSDSI can take the lead in setting up work groups comprising of industry, academia, government to define future sets and profiles for faster rollout of our products and enable interoperability so that contribution of India's innovation to regional and global standards are done with facts that will result in faster adoption of technology of the ecosystem. Such an active engagement of the standardization bodies, industry and academia in an open collaborative environment will advance the Make in India ecosystem and in way is essential. In conclusion, while convergence has been the most discussed in terms of, in terms of innovative technologies and imperatives for India, success of convergence is contingent on three main processes. Purpose-led connectivity that will address the quality of experience of consumers, machines, and bring life to things. Promoting broadcast as a service that can address several priorities and aspirations of India overlaid on broadband in a business model acceptable to all. Putting in place a converged regulatory framework that promote economic innovation, privacy, and security considerations. I once again appreciate the opportunity extended to me on this occasion and wishing you all the very best in the converged digital era. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Subramaniam. I would also like to mention that Shri N.G. Subramaniam is currently also the 3GPP chair, and it is very symbolic that under his leadership, and we are extremely proud that this convergence of 5GI into 3GPP 5G happened in the first session that he chaired at 3GPP. So now, you know, just to summarize what he said, I took a few notes. I mean, he captured it so beautifully that the three imperatives for us today, as technologists, as players in the technology ecosystem, are to make purpose-led connectivity happen, using technology for improving yield and productivity, and democratization of information and entertainment. So these are the goals or the use cases that we want to accomplish at a national level. And in order to achieve this, the role of convergence, the role of spectrum availability, a regulatory framework, driving innovation, and leadership in standards are the imperatives that we need to work on in order to achieve these goals. So thank you very much for that message. And we can probably capture this as our vision statement for the next 5 years. Thank you so much. So now we would have the inaugural address by our TRI chairman, Dr. P.D. Vaghela. Dr. P.D. Vaghela joined TRAI as the chairman on the 1st of October 2020. And prior to joining TRI, Dr. Vaghela was Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, where he launched 4 ambitious schemes to transform the sector. He also worked as convener of Empowered Group 3, which enabled availability of critical medical supplies like PPE, N95, ventilators, and testing kits during the pandemic era. Today, India has turned an exporter of these items that were otherwise being imported during pre-COVID times. And I remember our first interaction with Dr. Vaghela when we had a little introductory session about TSDSI. And he said that, you know, India, quote unquote, is called the pharmacy of the world. And in telecom and you know, related digital communication technologies, including broadband and ICT, we have to seize this opportunity and make a bigger mark and become a contributor to technology and a producer of technology. So over to you, Dr. Vaghela, and it's always been very inspiring to listen to you and get the encouragement from you.
Thank you very much. Dignitaries on the dais, Sri Apurva Chandra, Secretary MIB, A.K. Tiwari, Member, Technology, Digital Communication Commission, N.G. Subramaniam, Chairman, TSDSI, CEO, TCS, Shashi Shekhar Vempati, CSO, Prasar Bharati, Abhay Kandikar, Director, IIT Kanpur, Ms. Pamela Kumar, all the dignitaries, Secretary TRI, media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to be here because whenever something new happens, you know, the regulator will be immediately come into focus. So how we handle the, you know, new emerging sector. And the problem is this, as I understand, that in this sector, technological disruption is so fast. And actually, technological disruption in other sector is being led by the technological disruptions in telecommunication and broadcasting. It is a fact. And hence the role of the regulator, it becomes very, very difficult. What is most important is how the regulator predicts technological disruptions, and then how does he, prepares the response to it. And the response should be such that the economy and the, existing player and the new players, they all, they are taken care of. So when I was discussing this, I am not a technical person, but when I was discussing with my officers, I just wanted to understand that, what is the, how do you handle this kind of technological disruptions? The only one way is to, discuss and talk with the stakeholders, the new players, the researchers, the academicians, and then, try to gather the knowledge and then go for consultation, try to understand, and then give a measured response. So in that connection, I will, deliver my, this small speech. So naturally, I would congratulate IIT Kanpur, TSDSI, and Prasar Bharati for organizing this conclave on the direct-to-mobile D2m broadcast and 5G broadband convergence roadmap for India. The conclave naturally presents an opportunity to bring together broadcast, mobile, broadband, media, and entertainment sector, and all other related stakeholders. So technological developments that happened over the last decade have brought about many changes in the manner of delivery and consumption of digital services. Digitalization of services has resulted in the convergence of individual delivery networks as well as the consumer devices. In India, technological convergence is already happening in the ICT sector. With the advent of digital media and OTT services, the boundaries between broadcasting and telecom sector are also blurring. Telecommunication and broadcasting services, to start with, were based on different technology and had clearly separate denominations. Their licensing framework are still different, and their governance is also still different and distinct. But today's evolving digital net technology and ongoing deregulations are beginning to blur these boundaries that once separated these two sectors. The drive to provide a wider variety of services and the shared use of networks is stimulating the entry of broadband operators and broadcasters into each other's territory. Internet protocol has become a common transport layer to carry all services, giving multiple cost benefit to service providers. It is now possible for broadband networks to offer broadcasting services and vice versa. With the content consumption in India increasingly shifting to smartphones and video consumption becoming the key driver of mobile data growth in India, it becomes imperative to bring direct broadcasting capabilities to mobile phones. As mentioned earlier, it is anticipated that broadcast-capable smartphones and mobile phones will be able to stream multiple high-quality video-audio services, optimally utilizing valuable spectrum and easing the burden on cellular network. I think this is very, very important. There is already a lot of uproar in Europe and other countries that the telecom network operators, they have to carry the video content and without any kind of compensation from the people who are streaming it. This will reduce the stress on telecom infrastructure. In India, while DOT deals with issues relating to communications, which include voice, video, and data communication, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting deals with information and broadcasting technologies and content regulations. With the evolution of technology, this has led to overlapping of functions, as I told earlier. For example, IPTV permission is granted by DOT as well as MIB. We all know this controversy. The regulatory responsibility was converged, fortunately, and given to TRAI in 2004, when regulation of carriage part of broadcasting sector was included by an amendment in the TRAI Act. However, the policy decisions, there are multiple authorities like DOT, MIB, MIT, and Department of Space. We have issued a consultation paper on ease of doing business, and it actually very beautifully brings out the, the number of ministries and authorities a broadcaster is required to approach for, starting a service in India. So the coordinating with the ministry across the sector is a challenge for the service provider. It is a fact. I think when we give our recommendation on ease of doing business, we'll be handling this. A robust and holistic technology neutral regulatory and policy framework is required to regulate the newly converged environment of broadcast and broadband services. Secondly, the policy should also align the corresponding business processes with regard to the issuance of all broadcasting and cable service licenses for better synergy and ease of doing business. So most of the content on mobile devices in form of videos and exponential rise in the video consumption poses a great challenge to network operators who are looking at efficient video delivery solutions. As audiences gradually move away from the traditional broadcasting to OTT platforms and audio-video content consumption over mobile data, it is critical for the public broadcaster to be able to reach to audience directly on their mobile phones, smartphones, and other small devices. The technological development allows convergence of network infrastructure. This, I think, has been beautifully told by Professor Kandikar and Subramanianji. The technological development allows convergence of network infrastructure, seamless interoperability among networks and user devices. One of the key features for the broadcast revolution in the broadband convergence is user interactivity. The most impressive realization of interactivity in broadband media services are customized content distributed model. So the convergence of technology and network has already taken place. 5G has the capability for wireless broadband as well as broadcast services through cellular network. I think very well explained. The 5G technology can provide seamless coverage, high data rate, low latency, and highly reliable communications. It will increase energy efficiency, spectrum efficiency, network efficiency, as well as efficiency of other associated systems. It is also likely to generate new growth avenues, boost industrial productivity, and can transform the socio-economic fabric of the society. TRAI, after detailed consultation process, has already given its recommendations to the government in April 2022 on auction of spectrum and the related ecosystem for 5G IMT services. And I'm sure that the 5G services will start in the second half of this year. I think DOT can vouchsafe that. So the foundation of 5G broadcast, this I will repeat because this is technical, but I will again repeat. The foundation of 5G broadcast spans across generations. The cellular broadcast was first supported in 3G. In LTE, enhanced multimedia broadcast multicast services were defined, thereby improving coverage and system efficiency. In LTE Advanced Pro, new enhanced TV system was defined to efficiently support terrestrial TV broadcast. As we all here know, 5G broadcast, a mobile broadcast technology will make possible to broadcasters to deliver video and other media content more efficiently to mobile devices and TV screens. 5G broadcast technology enables downlink only distribution to large audience over wide geographical areas. With the 5G broadcast transmission standard, media content can be distributed directly to media devices such as smartphones, tablets, vehicles, and wearable without Wi-Fi, internet, or SIM card. 5G broadcast is a new end-to-end system designed for a wide set of applications, from delivering linear TV services and new immersive experiences such as extended reality to facilitating public safety communication, better automotive safety, and much more. 5G broadcast can bring new opportunities for the broader cellular and broadcast ecosystem. As per the release 16 of 3GPP, 5G broadcast supports standalone broadcast and mixed mode multicast modes. 5G standalone broadcast can provide a common delivery platform for richer contents and services. Single frequency network, SFN, for downlink broadcast only enables live distribution of mass media contents such as digital TV, live spots, and digital signages, etc. 5G mixed mode multicast can support dynamic switching between unicast and broadcast modes, which can improve system capacity and efficiency to efficiently deliver content. An IP-based open global standard makes possible to develop a convergence of broadcast and broadband both in the network and the user devices, particularly for direct-to-mobile services. Direct-to-mobile TV will allow mobile devices to receive terrestrial digital TV and gives option to watch linear TV, including free-to-air, such as live sports, news, etc., on their mobile device without buffering. In recent years, the support for 5G broadcast across the mobile and broadcasting ecosystem has grown significantly. And TSDSI and Mr. Subramaniam, they have done a lot of work, and IIT Kanpur and Sankhya all together. There are a number of 5G broadcast trials that have been conducted, and new trials are being planned worldwide, which are rapidly setting the stage for virtually seamless, rich media content delivery to our 5G devices. What is the roadmap? The convergence of broadcast, and I think 6 imperatives already has been, pointed out, but from TRI's point of view, I will try to, elaborate. The convergence of broadcast and broadcast offers an opportunity to utilize resources in an efficient manner. The content and its effective distribution mechanism can be designed using direct to mobile broadcast. 5G broadcast covers network can be utilized for remote education, emergency alerts and response, entertainment, etc. This can be delivered over the air and to the mobile handsets of millions of mobile users. There is a need for mobile unicast and broadcast networks to coexist, to access large number of subscribers in an efficient manner, while also providing a platform for enriched user experience. Revisiting the license framework, but more importantly, relooking at the governance structure is the need of the hour to ensure orderly growth of the broadband, broadcasting and IT sectors. And this should be in sync with the global reforms. Most important is that whatever regulatory framework we come out with should be light touch, and we should regulate only if it is required. Redefining the role of market players such as service providers, infrastructure providers, cable operators, and will be required for the new market structure. In addition to the telecom and broadcasting sector, the OTT world may also be required to be factored in while carrying out required reforms. I must say that comprehensive action plan to streamline and regulate the challenges thrown up by the convergence is possible with a converged legal as well as governance framework and a converged licensing regime. Convergence of content over 5G broadcast overlay network and 5G mixed mode multitask network will throw up certain regulatory issues which need to be addressed effectively and efficiently. One is that new players such as ground-based broadcasting service providers and DTT operators may enter into the market. Non-discriminatory access and sharing of telecom network for broadcasting content may be required to be enabled. Must provide, must carry policies may be needed to be examined. Efficient use of spectrum will have to be ensured. I think, try in 5G, we have been very careful that, spectrum has to be efficiently utilized, and we have allowed IMT and, even for the private network, we have proposed that it can be utilized. The one thing which I would like to say is that technological disruption, the Lord Buddha, I think he was the first person to say that everything is changing. He went to the extent that, he ruled out the, existence of soul and the God also. So he is the first person. Everything is changing. So in that connection, what happens? The older people, those who are there, we have to understand what will be, I don't know, but I think today Harit Nagpal is also here. I think he is one of the panel. I think, we should very carefully examine, not because what will happen to the existing broadcasters, DTS operators, HITS, and the, cable operators. If they have to exist, they may exist. But at least let us understand what is the impact on the present, players. This is very, very important. We have to understand this. It may be a very nice ecosystem will develop where both can coexist. But that aspect, I think, in all kind of seminars on technology and technology disruptions, this should be an element. This is what I think, and this is what even I will be worried. I will be not worried because I have to see. We have to allow the transit or exit in a less painful manner to the people. I think and maybe there may not be any requirement of exit also, but there will be there will be some change in the ecosystem. I think, if you can, at the end of the seminar, can guide us on that, I'll be very happy. That is one thing. Secondly, I already told service ecosystem, device ecosystem naturally is very, very important. And licensing of the new players is already I have covered. Right? The National Digital Communication Policy also recognizes the importance of enabling infrastructure for convergence of IT, telecom and broadcasting by establishing a unified policy framework for broadcast and broadband technologies and restructuring of legal, licensing and regulatory frameworks for reaping the benefits of convergence. So, what is needed, I think today it is, 5G broadcasting. Tomorrow some new technologies will come. I think, our laws have to be so flexible. And it should be so generic in nature that it allows, new players to enter and do the business. For every change in technology, if you have to give a new license, for in this case, ground broadcaster, I don't know how we'll handle. So, I think, we need to look at the present laws. How can we, secondly, there are different laws. How to bring the convergence within the laws. There are different ministries. How to bring the convergence within the ministries is very important. See, in the end, an investor when he comes, he wants, 1 point, clearance. He wants 1 point compliance. He cannot go to multiple, sectors and multiple authorities. And this is the first principle of a, ease of doing good, business. This is what, my personal opinion is. So we are presently looking at, I think DOT is also looking at, so looking at the legal framework for the conversion of broadcasting and broadband services and has been working with, by examining various acts and laws. We are looking at whether it is possible to have a way forward by converging at the statutory level by synthesis among the various laws. Whether synthesis can be achieved or whether the single law will be required, I don't know, because we are still examining this. I wish this event a great grand success, and the outcome of the discussion we will at least be using for the better convergence policy formulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vaghela. This very enthusiastic presentation and the deep insights that you have, coming from the pharmaceutical industry that you have in the technology sector now, gives us the confidence that we are in very good hands, and the convergence will definitely be successful with your backing and your support. So just to point out a few of the takeaways that I got from his speech, he started with saying that the boundaries have blurred. Broadcast, broadband, telecom, the boundaries have blurred. They are converging with everything going on to IP. Why do we even call them separate, right? Then the use of spectrum to reduce, the use of broadcast spectrum to reduce the stress on the cellular network. That is the core problem that we are trying to address here. And he picked it up very, very simply and brought it out. Broadcast service providers, the pain that they have to go through, right? They have to go to so many doors and get so many permissions. They need to go to DOT, they need to go to MeitY, they need to go to Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and in some cases, Department of Space. Can we reduce this pain and make it easier for them to do business? And finally, the 5G broadcast, he brought out the advantages and the detailed features of our 5G broadcast and the need for a regulatory framework, the disruption that this is likely to cause. And he pointed out that, we need to have the mindset of a light touch regulation. This is the era of regulations being light touch, to enable technology to be deployed and to prosper and to emerge, because these are emerging technologies. And that the comprehensive action plan needs the convergence of the players in the ecosystem. If we come together and converge in our thinking, that's the only way we can make the convergence of technology happen, right? It's the people that need to come together and converge. And an important part of looking at it would be the synthesis of laws. Is that possible? A very new, revolutionary idea. And finally, he appealed to the dignitaries on the dais that as we embrace disruptive new technology, let us not lose sight of the fact that this is going to impact the existing players, the existing stakeholders. Let's keep that in mind, and as we roll out the policy, he's asked for help and guidance on what is that impact and how can we manage that effectively. So thank you very much, Dr. Vaghela, for a very, very enthusiastic and energetic and insightful speech here. Now we will do a very important task of releasing the white paper, which has been published by IIT Kanpur. The white paper on direct-to-mobile broadcast and 5G broadband, a convergence roadmap for India. So in order to do this, first we will have a video clip which gives a brief summary of what this white paper is all about, and then we will do the formalities of releasing the white paper. So can we have the video clip, please?
Yes, we have a video.
Okay.
If you allow
Yeah,
us, we
please,
can play
please
it
go
back
ahead.
over here. Can you switch over? Switch over to the laptop. Switch over.
Everything is correct.
No, it's already playing. They have to switch over the feed from the AV room. So,
Yes.
Okay, all right.
आने वाले 1.5 दशक में 5G से भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में $450 बिलियन का योगदान होने वाला है। यानी ये सिर्फ इंटरनेट की गति नहीं, बल्कि प्रगति और एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन की गति को भी बढ़ाने वाला है।
Thank you very much for watching this brief video about what the white paper is all about. With this, I'll request all the guests to unwrap the white paper. So everyone will also be getting a copy of this white paper. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, guests of honor. We'll be distributing the white paper in the auditorium for all the invitees who are with us here today.
So thanks Prashant and Sonia for taking care of this. So as is behooving in today's time where people don't have too much time and patience, it's a very short and crisp, to the point white paper which highlights the key points, and it is accompanied with this video to really give you the ethos of what's being, we're trying to do here. So, you know, congratulations to IIT Kanpur and Sankhya Labs and Prasar Bharati for having brought things to this level. So our next session will be for the Secretary of Information and Broadcasting, Shri Apurva Chandra, to give us a keynote address. Shri Chandra took over as Secretary of Ministry and Information Broadcasting on the 23rd of August 2021. Since then, he has spearheaded the ministry's key policy issues on matters related to outreach, broadcasting, stakeholder partnership, and collaboration with the media and entertainment sector. Under his leadership, Ministry of INB is running important campaigns like Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Seva Samarpan, etc. The ministry has successfully organized 67th National Film Awards held at Vigyan Bhavan on 25th October 2021 and 52nd International Film Festival of India at Goa in November 2021. So the pandemic has not had any impact on the level of activities, and you know, it's not, they're actually doing physical and virtual both. So Shri Chandra earlier spearheaded path-breaking initiatives in the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Ministry of Labor and Employment and Defense, including natural gas, transportation infrastructure, and setting up of city gas distribution company, drafting of defense acquisition procedure, Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana, to name a few. So, sir, you're at the right place at the right time. We are, you know, we need somebody like you to make this big disruption of convergence to happen. So, please, looking forward to your keynote address.
Mr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRAI, Professor Karandikar, Director of IIT Kanpur, Shri Vempati, Shri Tiwari, Shri Subramaniam, Mrs. Pamela, and ladies and gentlemen. Most of those who have spoken before me, they are technical, and I will speak from the consumer perspective, because probably I am one of the few non-technical people on the dais. What I gather from all the documents which were given to me for today's paper, today's conference, that in India we are a very large consumer of data, and this convergence is going to improve how the broadband is being consumed, and from the perspective of the telecom operators, how the spectrum is being utilized. That is a very, very important national objective. We have one of the largest mobile data numbers in the world, 1.2 billion mobiles, of which almost 750 million are smartphones. And this internet traffic, of which 82% is video, this was not known to me. 1.1 million minutes of video every second, equivalent to 60 billion DVDs in a month. This is huge, huge data, and I'm sure that this must be consuming almost everything in our, whatever the broadband infrastructure we have created in 4G. And it has grown by 15 times in the last 5 years. Now, one of the reasons is because this has been the success of our telecom operators, that they have been able to provide one of the cheapest data in the world in India. When we look at data in India, we don't even, as a consumer, we don't look at the cost at all, because 1 GB or 2 GB data in most of the packs is available per day for free. When I went to UAE just a couple of months back, in Dubai, data was costing, 1 GB of data was costing equivalent to 1,000 rupees. So that is the kind of data cost which is there across the world. But here, because the data is so cheap, we are so familiar in consuming video content through our mobiles. And almost everybody now is consuming video content through the mobile. Even today, news can be seen on mobile through apps. Most of the news channels have their apps. Even Prasar Bharati has its news on air and has a very large consumer base. I am told almost 2 crore, 3 crore subscribers are there of news on air. And all the Prasar Bharati channels can be seen on air. They can be seen through a mobile. Now, what does this convergence, what will this entail for a consumer, from the consumer perspective? It is good from the telecom operator side, from the TRA side, that the spectrum will be conserved, spectrum will be better utilized for the nation also. But I look at it from the consumer. For a consumer today also, I am able to see the news, but yes, once this convergence happens, because today that news may not be available in a high quality content. Today I have to go to switch to different apps to look at TV content. And in many areas, the speed may not be sufficient to access that news content. With 5G, the speeds are bound to increase, but then still there is a cost also attached to it. I mean, data, even though it is very cheap, but still there is a limit, maybe 1 GB data or 2 GB data per day. So as a consumer, if I am able to get a broadcast content, then definitely it will be of help. But still, we have to see that as a consumer, I am not inconvenienced, because today I am used to getting my data through a particular mobile network. And in the home, I get my data through, now terrestrial networks are almost dead. Nobody goes through the terrestrial network to see TV. It is either through DTH operators or through MSO LCOs. So that, as Mr. Vaghela rightly pointed out, is going to be hugely disrupted once this technology comes in, because that will entail that the broadcasting will happen through, will come directly to the home without the need for an intermediary. And this will be a very, very big change. And for a customer, it really doesn't affect me if it is cheaper to me. Today also I'm getting almost, today I'm getting almost all the TV channels at 400 rupees, 500 rupees a month. So as long as it is within that parameter, it is fine. This will entail some change in infrastructure and some regulatory changes which have been brought out very nicely in the white paper. Because today, even today, Prasar Bharati today is operating direct this digital terrestrial transmission at 19 locations, but without any customers. It is just operating, but nobody is watching it because it entails a new set-top box for the customer. And no customer will put in a set-top box when he already has a set-top box either from the LCO or from the DTH operator. So as long as I get it on my mobile, without much disruption, without much cost, this pilot and this technology will work. But of course, there will be disruptions for the intermediaries. The HPHT, as I understood, that there is a requirement for a hybrid network transmission architecture. The HPHT transmitter of Prasar Bharati, and this pilot has been, this pilot is going to be launched in Delhi now, after a proof of concept has been successful in Bengaluru. And this will use the HPHT transmitter network of Prasar Bharati and the LPLT transmitters of telecom operators in Delhi. So as long as there is not much disruption from the customer end, this technology would definitely lead to better outcomes. And this transmission network, because HPHT transmitter network also is not really uh, most of the locations at Prasar Bharati, in fact, was closing down at many of the locations, especially the radio network. Many of the locations have been closed down. And even on the TV side, it is not really, because nobody is watching terrestrial transmission any longer. So we have to see how this works out. And the technology is, of course, it is, as has been shown in the white paper and in the video, it is a very, very interesting technology, totally Atmanirbhar. It is part of the vision of the Prime Minister, and I must compliment IIT Kanpur, Sankhya Labs, and Prasar Bharati for taking up this demonstration of technology, and I hope that this proof of concept also succeeds. From the broadcaster's perspective, it will definitely be a huge benefit to them, because today the number of consumers for a broadcast are much limited. It is only the 20 crore or 21 crore households which have television, because today very few people watch news on the mobiles. But once this direct transmission happens, then I'm sure the viewing habits will change and news consumption will grow many-fold in the country. As was said by Mr. Subramaniam, if it is possible, then casting content in the language in which I am conversant with, that would be a great change, because instead of a unicast in a single language, if we are able to choose the language of the broadcast, that would bring about a huge change for the customer and a huge change for the broadcaster. In fact, today we are preparing a vision of 2047. I am also convener of one of the groups. And there we were proposing that language will lose its meaning by 2047, but from what Mr. Subramaniam said, I would think that language may lose its meaning within the next 5 years, because we will be able to modulate content and give content to a customer as per his need and as per his comfort with the language. Prasar Bharati today is giving free dish and content through the satellite system. And as I understand that is going to be the first, within the pilot, what has been sought in the policy, that this frequency band is reserved for Prasar Bharati for the content of free dish. And that will give a huge reach to Prasar Bharati. Prasar Bharati will definitely benefit out of this. And the telecom operators, of course, will benefit because of the better utilization of the broadcast spectrum. This convergence is the way technology is moving, and I'm very happy that Prasar Bharati, IIT, and Sankhya Labs, they have brought about this indigenous technology, which is a sign of Atmanirbharta, and we hope that not only in India, but in the world also, we can take this technology to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Apurva Chandra ji, your user perspective and the fact that the excitement about this indigenous technology that you have conveyed shows that our job is actually done for today, right? The convergence has happened. We have heard everybody saying the same thing. So now it's for Mr. Tiwari to take this forward, and we'll probably start with a little clip from Secretary DOT. He had, he was the one who urged us into getting this event together and putting it together, but then something urgent came up and he had to go to Pune. So he, yesterday afternoon, he was feeling quite apologetic, but then he, put in the time to do a video recording, which we will play first, and then we will hear from Mr. Tiwari. So we can go ahead with the recording.
of TSDSI, senior colleagues from the Information Secretary Chairman, Secretary Information and Broadcasting, Secretary Information. Chairman Try, Secretary Information and Broadcasting, Director IIT Kanpur, Director General of TSDSI, senior colleagues from the ministries of Department of Telecom, Information and Broadcasting, and the distinguished scientists from the academia. I wish to first of all congratulate IIT Kanpur, TSDSI, and the industry for coming together to propose new perspectives on technology and efficient use of spectrum in the area of broadcasting. We are in a key phase of bringing 5G into the country to benefit public and the industry. As you are aware, government is taking all out efforts to get ready the 5G infrastructure for rollout in the coming months. While this is about adopting the technology, Indian industry and research institutions are actively working on new technologies and services as part of the global 5G program. Adopting the technology and working on new technology development are like the twin engines for growth and building self-reliance in this country. We are very well aware of India's revolutionary consumption of video-based infotainment, which is going to grow more in the coming years, considering Indian size and the demographic window. So let me share a few numbers on the devices. In 2020, in India, 76% of the devices purchased were mobiles, 23% were laptops, and the remaining 0.5% were tablets. The market share for mobiles has only increased during the pandemic. Further, 82% of the internet traffic is video traffic, and nearly about 1.1 million minutes of video is streamed or downloaded every second. An estimated 240 exabytes of data is consumed per month, and so on and so forth. So the solution for satisfying this increasing need for connectivity is to create a converged network. We are exploring the opportunity of broadcast as a slice in the next generation technologies. Convergence of broadcast, broadband, and cellular networks addresses the problems of coexistence of these networks. Content that is personalized can be sent over broadband on a one-on-one mode. However, generic content can be sent over broadcast or a multicast network in a one-on-many mode. The end user will have seamless experience without being aware of whether the content is being received over broadband or a broadcast network. This enables very efficient uses of this country's very precious spectrum resources and existing infrastructure while facilitating an inexpensive mode of content delivery to all citizens of India. The converged direct-to-mobile network will enable the end user to access unlimited video, educational or infotainment, and data content at a nominal fixed monthly price. Once a direct-to-mobile network is rolled out, broadcasters can use such data pipes and deliver various applications apart from traditional TV, such as educational content, emergency alert systems, video on demand, firmware upgrade over there, etc. One of the main use cases for the direct-to-mobile network is its ability to converge with traditional mobile networks and provide additional data pipes to the mobile operators, which can help decongest the network from heavy bandwidth consumption during peak traffic period, and including the applications such as video, over-the-top transmissions, and so on and so forth. For the broadcaster, it will increase its customer reach and also enhance the ability to monetize the available spectrum, since anyone with IP content can plug and play into the converged direct-to-mobile platform. Spectrum is an important and a precious resource to enable technological development and solutions in the wireless domain to citizens and to enterprise. The band 526 to 582 megahertz is envisaged to work in coordination with both mobile and broadcast services. Department of Telecommunication has set up a committee to study this band in continuation with the TRI recommendations and to make recommendations on the use of this very important band. The converged direct-to-mobile network is envisaged to facilitate a platform for broadcast. The converged network could be a game changer as it enables broadcast to smartphones, television, and set-top boxes with a unified broadcast infrastructure as a service that enables content providers to plug into the platform and deliver services directly to the subscribers without being dependent on the platform. I'm happy to note that the IIT Kanpur and Sankhya have joined hands to develop a proof of concept. Emerging standards such as ATSC 3.0 is an opportunity for innovations going forward. We only hope that more startups and Indian companies in the telecom and electronic space join in this innovation bandwagon. To enable a detailed perspective, we encourage a larger pilot with participation of multiple stakeholders using Prasar Bharati's existing high-power, high-tower infrastructure and deployed in conjunction with low-tower broadcast radio hits. This may give confidence on the opportunity to demonstrate to all the stakeholders as to how the direct-to-mobile free-to-air broadcast service platform may fulfill its public and national mandate while being financially self-sustaining. I once again take this opportunity to wish the deliberations of this conference all success and congratulate TSDSI, IIT Kanpur, the Prasar Bharati, Ministry of Information Broadcasting and other important organizations who are involved in this wonderful growth opportunity. Thank you and Jai Hind.
So with that message that broadcast as a service and broadcast as a slice, the time for it has come, and this is going to be the use case in 5G as the 5G rollout happens in the country. I invite Shri A.K. Tiwari, Member Technology of DOT, who is an ITS officer of the 83 batch. He joined the department in 1985. He is responsible for implementation part of DOT policies in the field. He has mostly worked in the field units of DOT as in various positions. And before joining as member of technology, he was advisor technology in UP, East, LSA, and senior DDG in Jammu and Kashmir. So with his in-field experience, and we have experienced Mr. Tiwari in many sessions that we have with DOT on different new emerging technologies and ideas that we put forward. And he's always been very encouraging and very supportive, and we look forward to his final insights in this session.
Respected Chairman Try Vaghela Saab, Secretary MIB, Professor Abhay Karandikar Saab, NG Subramaniam Saab, Madam Pamela Kumar, and DG Prasar Bharati. August distinguished gathering, persons from the media and many other broadcasters, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning still. So it is 11:29. Being the last, this speaker poses a lot of challenge. So, member technology means something I would like to speak about the technical aspects and what technical perspective we are looking forward this forum for convergence. But many items has already been covered in depth actually for this convergence. Its benefit and everything has been already discussed. So it is really, for me, it's a challenge to what to speak. So let me start like this. We are almost at verge of, as Chairman Try has already mentioned, that in the second half of this current year, we will be launching 5G. So that is really with very fanfare, and probably Honorable Prime Minister and PMO is very much looking forward. And India, of course, being 2-3 years late in this, but what I say that we are, there might have been many challenges in international fora. Those items also Try has considered in its recommendation, and probably those issues will also be resolved actually. So, Try has given very good, very beautiful recommendation, and price this time. Every time we speak about the high spectrum cost, and it's fact also that we can admit that spectrum cost in India is quite, maybe kind of highest, but still our TSP, our entrepreneurs, they are delivering the services at almost lowest bottom price, this data they are giving. Our data rate is around 9.53, what we have announced we have given reply to the parliament also. So with this, this thing, so TRAI has given this time almost close to 40% reduction in the reserve price. So this is a big impetus to the industry. In many reform, this DOT this time for the 5G proliferation and for the ease of doing business, and as a telecom sector is right now, it is quite in the stress. So we have taken many steps like SUC, spectrum usage charges, that has been done away for forthcoming auctions. But there is another inherent benefit actually, whatever way we calculate weighted average formula, SUC. So this time we are offering millimeter band and mid band, and your spectrum consumption, I mean acquirement will be something like 800 megahertz in millimeter band, 1.2 gigahertz, something like that. So being that in the denominator, probably your whole SUC is going to vanish almost. So this is also an incentive to the industry, and this is close to the 5,000 crore per annum. So it's a use. So that way actually, TRAI and DOT, they are doing at its best for the industry so that 5G, because as per the economist conservative estimate and what Honorable Prime Minister is looking for, the Atmanirbhar and everything, this digital economy is going to contribute for around $1 trillion of the digital economy, it is called, in part of whole economy segment. So that way we are going to contribute. Not only, there are many procedural reforms. SACFA, we have done away, almost done away. Within 30 days, you apply online, you will get SACFA deemed approval if there is no objection from the airport authority or any other stakeholder defense, all these things. Small cells deployment, because now on the street furniture in 5G, densification, there will be huge small cells on the street furnitures. It will be close to, presently we are having around 23.5 lakhs BTSs in the country. And we hope if 5G proliferate properly, sir, so in that case, it will be 5 to 10 times in the coming time. So SACFA, for the additional deployment, we are not taking almost very nominal fee, we are taking, and it is small cells will be a kind of repository at least, so that at least we and the government knows where are these small deployments are there. Otherwise, there is no regulatory aspect for the, if there is any additional antenna on the existing tower, for that also SACFA requirement is almost done away, just a nominal, you have to apply online, all these things. So all these reforms we are doing. Now coming to the points, because now I will not go into depth of what technical details like 526 to 582, 526 to 582 is all right. But what I say that convergence we are talking actually. Convergence is everywhere now. The boundaries, as Madam Pamela has already said, boundaries are blurred. Old days, legacy days has gone when we say that this spectrum chunk is for me for the satellite, this spectrum chunk is for me for the terrestrial, this is broadcasting. Spectrum in sub-gigahertz band, if I remember correctly, of course it was a very new figure. In 700 and 600 megahertz band, it is around 3,900 crore, Raghunandan may kindly correct me, 3,900 crore per megahertz. That is the cost actually. 470 megahertz onward up to 698 is IMT band identified internationally actually. Although product ecosystem is not there. At the same time, in this band, Ministry of Information Broadcasting, our broadcasters are there. So, sir, as authority has already mentioned, that we have to take care of the coexistence of the predecessors, other business, broadcasters, everything. So what is the solution? Because that the resource is limited, spectrum resource is limited. What is the solution for that? So here I will just remember an example of Gita. Gita, दूसरे अध्याय में there is a slok fully I don't remember. Tasmad yoga yujasva yoga karmashu kaushalam. So yoga karmashu kaushalam, skilled work, smart work, that is the only solution actually. Coexistence is the solution. Sir has also, authority has also raised that MIB is working for, I mean, many ministries, MIB, MIT, and DOT, of course, with the WPC, we are working for same cause every, and the domain is blurred, convergence is there, so that coexistence we have to adopt, coexistence practice actually. And the entity is the national resource. And that entity, that is a spectrum, that entity we have to use smartly through this coexistence, convergence practice. Sankhya Lab has developed that this very good chip actually. And similarly, C dot is also having some product, I'm sure, and that is Wi-Fi for the DTH and this thing. So as Secretary MIB has mentioned that there is very few taker of this within the this thing to 582 band, 526 to 582 band. There are some digital transmitters are there. Analog transmitter, I'm happy that already Ministry of Information Broadcasting has already decided to shut down in a phased manner. Committee of Secretaries has already decided that with this band, Ministry of Information Broadcasting and Department of Telecommunication has to work in a coordinated manner so that the spectrum is utilized in a very efficient manner, actually. And this spectrum, I'm sure, is more than a lakh crore of rupees cost at present, of course. And try will, of course, cost I don't go because that is domain of the regulatory authority. But this is very scarce, and product is going to come for each and every technology in this, all this sub-gigahertz band. Like Sankhya Lab, that chip, actually, this solution, I have not totally discussed with the Sankhya Lab in past few days, but I am told that this is working and can be tuned for entire sub-gigahertz band. So that's very good product, actually. CDOT is also having that solution, which MIB can look after that, actually. So with all this, if we adopt the collaborative manner between the ministry, Honorable Prime Minister has already said, whole of the government approach. If it is not that it is my domain, it is yours domain, so आप अपने इलाके में रहें, हम अपने इलाके में रहें, it is not going to happen like that. Probably हमारी culture भी है, मतलब जो है, जब हनुमान जी लंका पहुँचे हैं सीता जी के पास में, और उन्होंने बताया, माँ तुम्हें दूत राम का मतलब जो है क्या, तो सीता जी ने just एक question किया था, मतलब जो कहो संगति वानर नर वानर ही कैसे, मतलब जो है नर और वानर की संगति कैसे हो गई, इट वाज अ मैटर ऑफ सरप्राइज, मतलब जो है यहाँ तो हमें डिफरेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज का फॉर द सेम कॉज, फॉर द पब्लिक कॉस्ट, for the benefit of the public, for the benefit of the nation, we have to work actually. Motto is same. So everybody has to work collaboratively actually for the same cause, for the betterment, for our 5 trillion technology. I will say one thing, I mean, just a layman example because going to the technical details. This is my mobile. For the benefit of broadcaster, I'm just saying, there may be around 10-15 crore TV set in the country, and this is around close to 90 crore. And most of this is a smartphone. So if this can be leveraged as a TV broadcaster's equipment, I mean a kind of a small TV handset for the broadcaster, so your reach is right straightway from the 10 crore to 90 crore. So this is a big leap actually, big jump for the user market, for the broadcasters market. So these has to be leveraged through the spectrum. And if everybody, suppose, I mean, IPL match is coming, or once in a while World Cup is coming, everybody in the office, wherever there is no TV set, everybody is tuned to this. I mean, what is the score, what is this, what is that. So everybody is using the same spectrum resource. So if spectrum resource is stressed actually. I mean, you cannot get that speed. You cannot get that experience. So what is the solution? Because everyone is using same thing, but the program is the same. Today's IPL match. So the solution is, okay, the same BTS can be in the broadcast mode. It is pumped on the same bad pipe of this, kind of slice, and everyone can use this in the broadcast mode. So instead of unicast, broadcast one to multi, that formula has to end, and that is what Sankhya Lab has designed. This is in the way to Atmanirbhar Bharat, and of course we have to see that what is deliberations and outcomes is coming, because Professor Karandikar, he was involved in the DOT since high-level forum of the 5G when he discussed with about all this spectrum, and we are working still on that with TSDSI and everything. TSDSI is to set the standards. Once standards are set actually, or something fabricated, framework is designed, then only our industry, they get the direction that, okay, the nation is going to in this direction, so that now they have to work actually. Today, India is one of the third, if I'm not wrong, one of the third in the startup mission. So that we have to help them to leverage their potential to gain our this Atmanirbhar Bharat. We should not only be work as a consumption country, rather we have to focus on the export of the technology also. So far we were only the importers actually. There were few more points actually discussed during the meeting and all these things. Let me remember if, right. So convergence, I'm not talking about, sir, only for this convergence in 470 up to this sub-gigahertz band for the broadcaster. There are many other fields, and as I have mentioned in the beginning, that even for the satellite, like 8 years back in 2014, way back in 2014, authority means, we used to say authority means try. So authority gave us recommendation for microwave access, microwave backbone, and this millimeter band, everything treating it as a backhaul for administrative allocation. And today, in this within a month or so, we in DOT, because we could not comply that try recommendation way back in 2014. And so today we are giving this 24.25 to 28.5 gigahertz band for the auction for the IMT, because that backbone has been declared as IMT band. Similarly, satellite, this 37.5 to 37 to 42.5 gigahertz band, 48 gigahertz band, 57 to 70 gigahertz band, that is V band. These all bands are now part of access technology, part of what is called IMT. Of course, deliberation, India has not yet adopted these bands, but this is part of IMT band. I would like to just draw attention of Professor Abhay Karandikar, I was just discussing also, that in all these bands, it is not only IMT, it is not only as a backhaul, even satellite gateways are there, and satellite user equipment frequencies are there. And as per the Supreme Court guideline, these user equipment frequencies means it is access. So TRI has to deliberate in a very conscious and proper manner actually to address all these issues, so that the DOT and all the industry get a proper direction as to how to deal with all these frequency bands. So, something I'm missing actually, whatever the questions raised, some points, because everything can be addressed in this thing. But anyway, I will just close with my, my address. जब हमने यहाँ पे डिपार्टमेंट ज्वाइन किया था तो देयर वाज ए कंप्लेंट, आई मीन दैट वाज अगेंस्ट द 5G ऑफ कोर्स। ब्रह्मांड की तरंगे हैं, ब्रह्मांड की तरंगों से संभल के खेलो, ये आग की तरंगे हैं, मतलब जो है ये देयर वाज सम gentlemen from some our citizen, so every time while dealing all these frequencies I remember, oh, I am playing with the brahmand ki tarange. So thank you. So brahmand ki tarangon ka sabhi log जो कि यूनिवर्सल है सभी के लिए है, उसको प्रॉपरली यूटिलाइजेशन का एक वे आउट वी हैव टू फाइंड, एंड वे आउट इज कन्वर्जेंस, कोलैबोरेटिव वर्क एंड ऑल. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for this very, very engaging and appropriate final address. I don't think I need to, repeat any of it. It's just, Brahmand ki Tarange says everything, that this spectrum belongs to everybody, and it's for us to make sure that it's being used in the best possible ways. He declared emphatically that 5G is happening in the second half of this year, and all possible incentives in terms of reduction in spectrum price, and SUC being done away with, and easy regulation. So TRI and DOT, everybody has been looking at all possible ways to make it very easy to deploy these new technologies and bring the advantages to everybody. So thank you very much. And now we have the grand finale by Prashant Maru. Prashant Maru has 25 plus years experience in the field of telecom in leadership roles in various telecom vendor organizations. He worked with Ericsson for 20 plus years, and then the short stint in ZTE, and then is now in Sankhya Labs. And he's going to take care of this demo. He's going to show the demo of what we've been talking about all day. And also, yeah, please go ahead. This also.
So what we are going to do is the people on the dais will get a handset to actually experience the demonstration firsthand, while we are also going to broadcast it on the big screen, the actual demo itself. Can you do it again? Yeah. Yes, please. Kishore, Sanjay, can you give yes, we will. Just give me a minute. So if you can give them a phone each, please. So what we are doing here is essentially broadcasting content from a low power broadcast radio head, and it is being received on a broadcast receiver. Now, broadcast receivers in our minds are typically a TV connected to a Yagi antenna that is installed on top of our building or on top of our house. Instead of that, we bring that broadcast content direct to the mobile. The reason why we are doing that is today in India, we have the number of handsets that are being used in India, the number of mobile phones or smartphones being used in India are 700 million plus, whereas the number of televisions is less than 100 million. So imagine the reach of the content if we can broadcast content, broadcasted content onto the mobile. Now, we are broadcasting about 9 different contents. This is the audio content, which probably, since the phone is away from the microphone, you won't be able to hear what we are, basically it's audio content that is being broadcasted. So we have about, no, this is a different content that he has chosen. So we have about 7 or 6 different audio video contents that we are broadcasting and about 3 audio only content that we are broadcasting. The more detailed POC is across the staircase in a lounge area. This is just kind of a glimpse, a high-level glimpse of what we are trying to demonstrate. The reason I'm trying to cut short on the POC here, on the demonstration here, is because we are running a little bit late. So in order to catch up on some time, we are just going to do a few more minutes of the POC of the demonstration here. And then for all the people who are interested in a detailed demonstration, we can go across the hall. And over there, we are going to show a lot of different use cases. Use cases like handoff from broadband to broadcast, broadcasting live content, broadcasting pre-recorded content, broadcasting audio-only content. So all these kind of demonstrations are staged across the hall into the lounge area. Any questions from anybody about the POC? So we can switch channels. If you see, we are casting whatever is being used on our Mark I phone into the laptop and onto the big screen so that you can also see what is being done. Yes, it is, absolutely. The transmitter, it's a low power transmitter over there near the entrance. So we have kept it closed loop inside the auditorium specifically for the, yes, absolutely, absolutely. So,
Prashant, it's on. The audio only you can put us on.
All right. Can you show us over there to the gentleman in the front row? So I'll just demonstrate some audio content. We have
reported in the last 24 hours. 2 newly elected members of Rajya Sabha, Anil Prasad Hegre and
so these are just examples of audio-only content.
Rajya Sabha Chairman M. Venkaiah Naidu administered oath to
I'm going to switch to some other audio content.
प्योर कॉटन का ही कपड़ा पहनना चाहिए, बट मैं तो आजकल कॉटन का गाउन ही पहनकर रखती हूँ जो मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगता है। वाह जी, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा।
Yes, sir. So basically the switching is done at the core network, the switching between the broadband and the broadcast. So if you are out of coverage from the broadcast area, typically it is the other way around because broadcast is being done from a high tower as well as from a low tower. So typically you will get more coverage when you are broadcasting content as opposed to using cellular networks. So more cases will be where you are handing over from broadband to broadcast when the content is viral or the same content is being sent over a broadband network as well as a broadcast network. The user will get a choice on his device like this one, and he will be able to select whether he wants to view the content on broadband network or broadcast network. The advantage or the motivation for the end user to switch from broadband to broadcast is he'll get better quality video on broadcast because irrespective of the number of users on broadcast, there's no impact on the quality of video. It could be either or. It could be either or. We have both options where the user will get an option that he can switch over from broadband to broadcast that is more app driven, and then there will be cases where the content is just available on broadcast only, and there'll be option where for example an OTT player will say that okay, I'm sending this content over broadband, but the network decides that there are a lot of viewers in the same area at the same time watching the same content, then the network will decide to hand over the users from a broadband to a broadcast network. So we have all different permutation and combinations depending on the requirement. Sure. Sure, please. Oh, if you see this phone, I can bring it up close. This phone has the chip inside the phone itself. These are engineering prototypes, so these are not mass manufactured as yet, but it is ready. It is ready to be mass manufactured where the chip is inside the phone itself. And there's no dongle attached here. In other cases, thank you very much. Over to you, please.
So, I think this was a delightful inaugural session, and Bindu, there's something you would like to add? Okay. Bindu? You just
Thank
tell
you very
them
much,
what all
Pamela.
is lined up for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much for running the inaugural session, Pamela. And after this session, we have a small tea break, after which we'll have 5 technical sessions. The next session will be on broadcast as a service, after which we'll have a broadcast broadband convergence, the India's roadmap. And then we'll have a session on standards and regulations strategy, another session on global convergence scenario and how mobile broadcast fits into the 5G roadmap. Sorry for that. And the last but not the least, spectrum availability, the strategy. But before we conclude the inaugural session, may I request Pamela to please felicitate the dignitaries on the dais as a token of our appreciation for sparing your time and joining us in the conference. May I request Pamela to please felicitate Dr. Vaghela first. Mr. Apurva Chandra. Mr. A.K. Tiwari. Mr. A.K. Tiwari. Mr. Shashi Shekhar Vempati. Mr. Vempati will be in the fireside chat soon, so you can catch him there. Mr. N.G. Subramaniam. And now may I request Professor Abhay Karandikar to kindly felicitate the chair of the session, Ms. Pamela Kumar. No, he will hand over to you. Photographer, can we be ready for a photograph of the speakers on the session? Thank you very much, sirs and ma'am, for this session. We now proceed for a small tea break. Request all of you to please come back by 12:15 sharp. Tea is arranged on the ground floor in the multipurpose hall. Thank you very much. See you in a while. Can we have a
Between August 2017 and May 2019, he also held additional responsibilities as CEO of India's parliamentary TV channel, that is Rajya Sabha TV, which covered the upper house of the Indian Parliament. He is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT, Bombay. He also serves on the Board of Broadcast Audience Research Council, that is BARC, responsible for TV ratings in India. Having briefly served on the board of MDPL, a subsidiary of BARC that collects TV viewership data. As the chairperson of the committee to review television ratings guidelines, he has authored key reforms in the area of TV audience measurement in India. The second panelist is Shri Parag Nayak, CEO Sankhya Lab. I will also talk about his short bio. Mr. Parag Nayak is a technology serial entrepreneur with over 30 years of industry experience, out of which 19 years have been in indigenous development technology in the startup. He is the co-founder and CEO at Sankhya. He is a named inventor on 40 plus international patents. Most recently, he was chosen in the list of 50 promising entrepreneurs in India for the year 2020. Now I would request CEO Prasar Bharati and CEO Sankhya Lab to please come on the dais. We would request to commence, sir. Yes, sir. Then please, you can come here, sir. Okay, we will get it switched on. He'll come.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a sneak peek of the day to come from the first inaugural session. As you know, in the digital world, most things are provided as a service. There's software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and therefore, going into this digitized world, we also believe that we have a broadcast as a service to be delivered to consumers and to to enterprises. So in view of that, we thought we would have a conversational discussion with Shashi on what he feels is D2M and what's the roadmap for D2M in India. And practically, I think he first coined the word D2M, remember in some of our earlier discussions. And therefore, you will get a bird's eye view of what he came up with. Thanks, Shashi, for this session.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, what is it that, a broadcaster like PB's interest in, D2M, given the fact that there's so much investments in DTT, and as the Honorable Secretary said, there are about 19 cities with DTT towers. What prompted you to, move away from DTT to DTM?
Thank you. I think that's a very profound question. So I'm not from the broadcast background, right? I have no telecom background. I come from the world of IT and digital media. So when I came to Prasar Bharati 5 years back, what struck me was, how we were playing catch up on the technology side. And, the whole world had moved ahead and, we were where we were. And then I started attending a lot of these international broadcast events. And I found that this challenge was not unique to Prasar Bharati. Practically every other broadcaster was also grappling with the same questions. What is the way forward with the way the world has changed, the way media is being consumed? So it was very clear that unless we rethink our approach to media and how we reach the consumer, we are going to be left behind. And we have to get ahead of the technology cycle. We can't be behind the technology cycle. So one of the first decisions that we took back in 2017-18 was that we have to sunset the analog terrestrial network because huge amount of resources were going into that. Secretary INB referred to it. And it took us almost the entire last 5 years to get that phase out done. Because that now has freed up a lot of resources, assets, manpower. And so now we are in a place where, how do we now think ahead? How do we move forward? Now, sometime in between, the Doordarshan had invested in digital terrestrial systems. Again, as Secretary INB pointed out, there's hardly any takers for it in its current form. And this is operating in 19 cities. And with the manner in which consumer behavior has changed in India, first of all, we leaped from the rooftop antenna to DTH and cable. We skipped the steps in between. From there, now we have leaped to the world of smartphones, and everyone is consuming content on their phones. There was a time when dinner would be in front of the television. Now dinner is everyone looking at their phone. And practically nobody is talking to each other at dinner table, right? And so that is the extent to which the world has changed. And in that environment, how do we remain relevant? So these were top of mind questions. So the way I see D2M, and I think Chairman Try Vaghela ji put it very well, that this is a disruptive technology. And that is the reason why it's so important for us, that the disruptive potential of this technology, because it can put us ahead of the curve rather than always being behind the curve.
Interesting take. I think we should have a technology to get back everybody to the dinner table, probably. I think in that sense, we should not be disruptive enough. In some sense, I mean, talking about your investments earlier in DD, there have been efforts earlier on direct to mobile, I think in 2005. There's been substantial investments on the DTT. Based on your experience and based on what you see, what do you think is a roadmap for D2M and generally convergence?
So I think the investments in the past were with a very siloed way of thinking. And that is the reason why they never took off, because as was pointed out by multiple speakers in the last session, we have so many silos of legislation, of regulation, of licensing. So in that environment, when we did, let's say, mobile broadcasting based on the DVP standards back then, there was no ecosystem, because nobody was thinking ecosystem, nobody was thinking, how will this reach consumers? Because consumers today want everything on their common devices. They don't want silos of hardware in their homes anymore, because it's the apps are very easy and convenient to access on their iPad or iPhone or Android phone and so on. So I think that is the key difference, that the investments of the past were on very closed ecosystem, legacy technologies, which did not extend to a whole range of applications. I think what is different now is that you have the potential to build on this stack, add multiple applications, create an open ecosystem, and that is how usage will take off. Otherwise, the usage will never take off, and we'll always be stuck with the catch-22 of, do you invest in the technology or do you wait for consumer adoption? We have to break that, and I think that requires an open approach, and I think that is what this has the potential for.
That's again quite interesting. That brings us to, you spoke about the challenges. What do you think are the challenges and risks? One of them that I think somebody in the audience already raised, and how do you create a wider device ecosystem and get other key stakeholders like the mobile operators and potentially other use cases for broadcast as a service?
I think that will be the biggest challenge, right? How do we bring everyone on board, and how do we ensure that there are no barriers in realizing this roadmap? One of them will be what was pointed out in the previous session, the stress on the telecom networks. I think that automatically creates one use case for us, which would create the foundation on which D2M can stand, because it is increasingly difficult to live stream big events at scale in the current manner, in the current way in which you're doing it. So I think that is one scenario. The other scenario, I think, which will be very important for a country like India, and we've seen this during COVID-19. There were multiple instances where you had to get the message out to everyone, especially during the lockdown, that what is happening, what needs to be done, what are the do's and don'ts. Every time the Prime Minister took stage and addressed the nation, it was to get this message out. But then you are limited by the reach of traditional TV networks. I was looking at the stats. The overall TV universe during the COVID period, when several broadcasts of national importance were done, reached only about 20 crore individuals. Right? You're only talking of 200 million. And then on the internet side, it is perhaps even lesser. It'll probably be a few million. And on the internet side, the other challenge is you are at the mercy of the platforms and the algorithms, right? So these two are limiting factors. Now, potentially you had the ability to directly reach every phone during a crisis, be it COVID-19, be it a war, be it any kind of a national emergency. You don't want to be dependent on some third-party platform anywhere. And we've seen that now recently during the Ukraine-Russia conflict as well, that sovereign nations cannot be at the mercy of third-party platforms. And so it becomes very important for a country like India, a sovereign democracy, one of the largest markets in the world, to have this kind of a strategic ability, that to be able to get the right information to the citizens, irrespective of the platforms, irrespective of algorithms, without being limited by legacy technologies. So I think that is what will eventually drive the adoption.
Interesting. I think the Ramayana part of it, the rebroadcast of Ramayana actually got a lot of people together and also made them nostalgic. So I think, where do you see the fact that mostly PB is looking at linear content, linear broad content, and there's a lot of other broadcasters who are moving away to non-linear OTT platforms. How do you think these two ways of delivery of service will exist, and what are your plans in Prasar Bharati for any OTT non-linear content delivery?
This is, I think, one of the challenges practically every broadcaster is facing, right? What are you doing on OTT? How do you scale on OTT? And if we go by the conventional approach that everyone is taken, then we are talking of huge investments on cloud media infrastructure, storage, on content delivery networks. And these are all domains which are alien to the broadcast engineering community, right? So how do you make that transition? So either you invest heavily on these OTT platforms and then hope to recover that through subscription revenues. But that is not going to be easy. If you look at what Netflix is struggling right now, There is no, cookie cutter formula there, and especially for a legacy broadcaster to go down that path is even, that much more challenging. So that is where I think this gives us a different, fork for us that while we use, platforms like YouTube or the News on Air app, which was earlier referred to, in the interim, I think in the long term, we would want the broadcast spectrum to be the content delivery network. And I think that is where the broadcast as a service comes in. So that would be our ultimate approach to OTT. Of course, there will still be on-demand consumption of media. And to that extent, you would still need to have the conventional OTT capabilities. But a whole lot more live content, especially a public broadcaster, which does live coverages every day, which delivers news every day, which is of national importance. To us, the live element will always be more important than the on-demand element. So it will be a combination of D2M plus OTT, I would think, in the long term.
Yeah, and I think in the inaugural session, I think there's mention of democratizing of platforms. I think you also said that, and also democratizing of the content. A lot of small OTT players. I mean, given the diversity in India, anybody who wants to build a OTT service actually needs to do a lot of content generation. And even if he does get content right, you have to have distribution. Are you envisaging, an open platform for content creation and delivery?
I think it's very much in the realm of possibilities. If you look at DD Fredish DTH today, it's become a great enabler of competitiveness. It's an open free-to-air platform. Any broadcaster can participate on it, big or small. And it has immense reach, more than 4 crore households. Now that has been a great enabler of competitiveness. You have small and upcoming channels challenging the larger incumbents. And today, if you look at your TV ratings in the top 10 entertainment channels, there are multiple channels which are small channels which came on free dish and are able to, stand shoulder to shoulder to the bigger channels, right? So in that sense, having a free-to-air platform opens up, the possibility to smaller players. So I would think that even whatever we do with D2M should create such a level playing field where, upstarts can challenge the incumbents and ultimately the consumer benefits, from choice. So that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think that's, now coming to the bit of the technology part of it, and D2M is primarily, step away from your typical high tower transmission, retransmission from satellites to a, cloud native IP delivery services. So what operational challenges do you foresee in implementing such a platform? Given the fact that people like Netflix and Amazon, I think recently we had issues even with Amazon or one of those OTT players. What are the operational challenges do you foresee there?
I think the first biggest challenge is skill sets, right? Traditional broadcasting engineers have, grown up with a certain kind of technical expertise. Now, with hardware and the world of, wireless and so on. Now to go from there to media and cloud-based media, that's a big shift. So one of the things that we've been doing since we have phased out our analog terrestrial transmitters is to retrain and reskill engineers so that they can pick up, software skills, digital media skills. So that is, I think, one big, operational change that has to happen. Second is, what kind of infrastructure do you invest in, right? You mentioned towers. So towers is the legacy image of a broadcaster. In the future, we probably will invest in data centers because that will become very, very important, right? Because we'll have so much of content that will be, sitting on the cloud. Today, we are all at the mercy of third-party platforms, and many of those servers don't even reside in India. I mean, we can't do that going forward. So perhaps the other big operational area of change that would happen maybe in the next decade is, data centers and native cloud that we build on the broadcast infrastructure.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation. again, a bit away from the technology, given the fact that you have been a legacy broadcaster and you have a dual responsibility of a public broadcaster and also operational self-sufficiency as an independent broadcaster. What are the business models and use cases that you think would drive D2M into scale?
So one example I've already given, which is DD Free Dish, right? Where you have an open platform and you have slots on that platform. In this case, it'll probably be bandwidth, and multiple channels or broadcasters can bid for that capacity and they can place their content. So that is one model. But I think that is still a very rigid, linear mindset model. While if you look at the world of streaming, you can have a stream on demand, right? You could have multiple streams. Today I see several news channels, for example, take Aaj Tak. They have their regular TV channels, but if you look at what they're doing on the digital side, it's very interesting. They have hyper-localized content and they have multiple live streams. And that is the potential future, right? So a new business model would be, being able to provision on-demand live capacity so you can stream on to mobiles directly. And that could be event-specific. Maybe it's just a cricket match. Just for that match, you create a dedicated stream. In fact, this happens in the US quite often. I've not seen it in India, strangely, where you can do pay-per-view. If there's a big-ticket boxing game, you can just buy a pass just to watch that, or you just buy a pass to watch your NFL, league matches, or Premier League baseball, and so on, right? So that kind of very personalized, on-demand viewing of live events can potentially happen. That's a different, business model. Third could be where you're offloading the traffic from the OTT platforms onto the broadcast infrastructure. So that is again, that can happen on an on-demand basis. So that is another use case. What would also be interesting is new kinds of broadcasts, which are probably not happening today and may likely happen in the future. As we see more and more of devices and the Internet of Things, broadcasting will need not be only limited to video and audio. It can be a whole lot of data. So data broadcasting could be another service. So I think these are all potential use cases that can contribute to a business model. And I don't think we have figured out all of this. I don't think all the answers are there. What you probably need is an open ecosystem. Let the market forces, determine it.
Yeah, it's interesting because, in the US and generally in telecom, there's this concept of sharing of infrastructure now, sharing of fiber assets, and also sharing of spectrum. US has this CBRS scheme where, multiple unlicensed scheme, just like Wi-Fi, that, you can share spectrum. Now, what you're talking about is very interesting because you could take that sharing to the next level through this free dish model, where, you don't necessarily share spectrum, but share slots. And that could be a very interesting model for, model and also an initiative for TRI to be able to figure out for the next sessions on how to, share spectrum. This could probably be another innovation in the D2M part. Now, generally on the importance of D2M, and why do you think this? I think it's been touched upon, but I would like to know from your perspective, why is it so important? Why do you think it is important for the country?
So let me give an example. This was back in the late 2000s, I recall, when the current Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. A very interesting phenomenon. What I've observed with him is he's not afraid of experimenting with technology. And what he did in the late 2000s was very interesting, where he no longer depended on traditional media to get his message out. He started live streaming on YouTube. And that was perhaps the first time, you started seeing speeches being, done on YouTube. So that no matter where he goes, what event he is, you could always keep track of it. And then sometime early in the next decade, that is 2011-12, I'm forgetting which month, he experimented with a Google Hangout, which was perhaps the first time some political leader or someone in office, public office, was interacting directly with people using an interactive digital platform. And I recall that day when he did this Google Hangout, the servers of YouTube India crashed for almost half an hour, so they had to start half an hour late. So that was the kind of, so what happened there in this whole phenomenon was you disintermediated the traditional media and you reached out to the public directly with digital media. Now we fast forward to this decade. What we are now seeing is that this process of disintermediation of traditional media has put enormous power into the platforms. Today the platforms with their algorithms, which are very opaque, are calling the shots. And you saw that during the elections in the United States. You saw that during the Ukraine-Russia conflict, where it is very easy to deplatform a point of view. It's very easy to block a point of view. So I think that we cannot allow this going forward. As a sovereign country, I think it's very important that the nation should have the ability to get its message out. So I see that the potential is ripe for the next wave of disintermediation, where the platforms and the algorithms will get disintermediated by direct-to-mobile broadcasting. I think the potential exists. It is very disruptive. I'm very glad that Chairman Trai recognized that disruptive potential. Now it is for the country, all the policy makers to come together and make this happen.
Maybe you outsource or open source even the algorithms that run the platform. Maybe that's the way to go forward.
I don't have all the answers, but I think, in fact, that's one area of regulation which I think India should seriously look at. We should take a leadership position. The other reason why D2M is important to India, in fact, I missed saying this earlier, as the largest democracy, the biggest market, we have the power of the market and we have not leveraged it effectively. One of the reasons when I initially looked at DTT and what we were doing, I was stunned that all the patents, all the intellectual property underlying DVB-T2, for example, or any of the other standards, is all owned by foreign broadcasters. Here I'm spending thousands of crores. What is the value I've delivered to the country, where all the royalties have accrued to other broadcasters? So I think it's very important that India seriously looks at intellectual property, create India-based standards, make them part of the global family. And I think as the public broadcaster, which has put in so much of investment into this technology space, I think it's very important that we create this IP in India. And I think that is exactly what the Prime Minister's vision is as well of an Atmanirbhar Bharat and indigenous technology.
Interesting that you say that. I think you've seen the demos of the POCs, and what do you think strikes you the most, and what is your assessment in terms of large rollout from PB and other?
Yeah. I think we've come a long way, right? Because earlier it was big tablets, big clunky dongles. From there, now you come to an embedded chip. Where we perhaps need to be is ubiquitous capability in all smartphones, which perhaps will take some time, because you'll have to get on board all the device manufacturers. But we'll have to look at smart interim solutions. So a Wi-Fi gateway is perhaps a good interim solution. I know CDOT has demonstrated a Wi-Fi gateway. So we'll have to look at very smart solutions which can bridge the gap till we get mass adoption going. And mandate, of course, will be very helpful. That is one of the key recommendations of the white paper as well. That mandate for be it public content or content of national importance. I think that will drive a lot of the adoption as well. We already have a mandate on the cable and satellite side with mandatory carriage. But that's going to become increasingly less and less relevant because nobody's watching TV, traditional cable or DTH. So that mandatory carriage is of not of that significance going forward. So we will need an equivalent in the D2M world. So I think a combination of these two will drive adoption.
All right. Now a cliched question. I mean, what has been the impact of COVID or on acceleration of D2M or your thought processes, especially in terms of national emergencies that you just spoke about? How does that impact D2M?
I think the best example is education. During the lockdown, when schools were not happening and the elite schools, the elite families, of course, managed it with high-speed internet at home and easy availability of computing desktops and so on to do online classes. But the vast masses had a huge challenge. And that's where DD Friedish as a platform came to the aid. We had, you had multiple educational channels, both regular DD channels as well as channels operated by the Department of Education. All of them were delivering on, content which kept the school education going. So the way I see D2m playing a role in the future is that it's not only about disaster management, it's not only about emergency alerts or national broadcasts, but education in a country like India. I think D2m can be a great enabler and a game changer there.
I agree with, I think the budget this year also has very specific allocation and mention of that, I believe, right, for education purposes. Yeah, and I've had a personal experience with that. While most operators claim that, you got infinite capacity, I mean, after 2 GB, their plans, kind of stabilize. So effectively, I've seen you have to pay about 800 to 1,000 rupees per child per month, and the prices are really going to go northwards on, on the data plans, however cheap we are. Now, coming to the next one, that you spoke about the operational challenges, we spoke about the technology challenges. I mean, the technology is now right for scaling. What policy or regulatory gaps do you think we need to overcome or should be in place to see D2m at scale?
Yeah, I think the chairman spoke about it very well, that you have so many domains of regulation and so many different boundaries, all of which need to be bridged and crossed as this convergence happens. So from a regulatory standpoint, one is of course spectrum, making sure that spectrum is available in whatever form, whether it is reserved or collaborative or but spectrum has to be ensured. So we have a terrestrial fallback. Today, I mean, unfortunately in India, or fortunately, the growth of satellite and cable has been such that we skipped this whole interim step of digital terrestrial. But no other country has done this. So having a terrestrial fallback is also a strategic imperative for the country. And because there could be catastrophic failure of satellites, you never know, right? So to that extent, I think the regulatory thought process has to ensure availability of spectrum and a basic terrestrial capability still continuing in India in whatever form. How to make it financially self-sustaining is a different aspect. We'll have to figure that out. And then having these mandatory provisions for content of public importance, national importance. And then some seed capital to trigger this, because you need to initially seed the ecosystem. That's what happened with Friedish, right? When the then NDA government led by Atal Bihari Vajpayee, they had the foresight to invest in the necessary infrastructure for Friedish. But that was a one-time investment. After that, the whole model was such that it became financially self-sustaining. And today it has grown to what it has become. So I think something similar will also be required as an intervention. So I think combination of these interventions, I think, should help it take off.
Interesting. So then what happens to your existing DTT investments, given the fact that we're going to roll out D2m? What happens to that?
I think we have to find ways creatively to leverage it. The 19 cities where we have these 23 transmitters and the towers, I think those would be the initial focus. How do we adapt them for D2m? I think that is the first challenge, and that should require a lot of out-of-the-box thinking, because it's very easy to say, rip apart everything that you have and again, spend money on new infrastructure. I don't think that is the way to go. We have to find ways of getting value of the investments, public investment that we've already made, and find a bridge solution to D2m, so that in 19 cities, we have this in place. And then we think of the next wave of how this will be expanded.
I think taking on your earlier question on why we don't contribute to IP standards, what is your take on standardization and generally IP creation?
I think that's a very significant point you've raised. With 5G, the phenomenal work that has been done on 5G with the IITs and TSDSI, bringing the standards as part of the global family of standards. I think that's something that we'll have to do for D2m as well. I'm also reminded of how wireless LANs and 802.11b became Wi-Fi. Today, nobody talks 802.11, you talk about Wi-Fi, right? And that was not something that just happened on day one. There was a consortium, there's a industry body that came together and said, we need to have a ubiquitous experience. And that ubiquitous experience is what is Wi-Fi today. Today, you don't think about how do I discover Wi-Fi, right? It's a standard capability that is consistently found on laptops, on smartphones, iPhones, any device, or even smart TVs for that matter, right? So that kind of ubiquity of experience is something we'll have to create and define for D2m. That also requires a standard, and that also requires global, adoption. So it's not just limited to the technology, the radio part, that is important. But ultimately, when you want consumer adoption, and Secretary INB raised this very well, that ultimately from a consumer standpoint, the experience matters. And for that experience, we have to have a ubiquitous way in which we discover these services, and that has to become a standard across platforms, device platforms.
Interesting. So eventually we would see an icon for D2m like Wi-Fi does. Right?
Absolutely. In fact, you put it in airplane mode, you should still find that service.
Yeah. Interesting. It's interesting in some sense that we are debuting this technology along with other other countries in the world. How important? I think you touched upon it, but how important do you think it is for international collaboration for the D2m part?
I don't think we have a choice there. We have to do it. I think glad that ATSC and ETRI from Korea are here today. We'll have to take this across multilateral bodies. So recently at one of the events organized by the Asia Pacific Broadcast Union, in fact I had shared this as well, that Japan has had its approach to standards, China has its approach to standards, but the Asia Pacific broadcast community has never taken an initiative towards a common standard or at least a common family of technology. So I think that is something that we will definitely push. Luckily this year, it's not only 75 years of independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, it is also 25 years of Prasar Bharati. We will be hosting the Asia Pacific Broadcast Union's General Assembly in Delhi. So that would be a good opportunity for us to put this out to the entire broadcast community, that how can we come together and champion this as a community initiative.
Parag sir, now since the time is limiting, sir, if
one last one, okay. Your final thoughts on Atmanirbhar Bharat?
I think we need more startups, more innovation in this. It took us a while to get even our own people to embrace this idea that you can't solve everything within your four walls. You have to open it up. You have to collaborate, bring startups in. I think working with IIT Kanpur that way was a great first step. We need to broaden this, bring in more innovation and more participation across India. At all levels of the stack, not just the core technology, but the application interface, the algorithms, and who knows what new things will come up. I don't think we've fully thought through, what the potential is of this technology.
Yeah, thank you, Shashi. And since we have lack of time, I thought we would have some 5-10 minutes for questions from the audience, but maybe we are around here. We can, during lunchtime informally chat up. Thank you. It was interesting, and I hope this sets the context for the rest of the sessions to follow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, in the session one, the CEO Prasar Bharati as well as the CEO Sankhya has thrown light on how the broadcast as a service will going to benefit all the important stakeholders, basically consumers, service providers, and the content creators. They have also talked about how this is going to help us and facilitate to achieve self-reliance, that is Atmanirbhar Bharat, as a part of the vision given by our Honorable Prime Minister. In addition to this, how are we going to adapt the standards for the D2m so that the entire applications, since they are based on open source systems, will have an ecosystem for each and every one of us to exploit these. With this, just as a value addition from the as a military background, sir, we have an operation known as IIO, that is Inform, Influence Operations. Inform is what is happening in the war, let's say Russia and Ukraine, so that their own citizens don't get influenced by the media of the adversaries. So therefore, the credibility of the information which is given by the government authenticated public broadcaster will prevent this kind of psychological fake news given by the adversary. So in this case, this D2m is actually going to be utilized not only for the disaster relief and emergency alerts, which the CEO Prasar Bharati has mentioned, but this is also going to have all kind of other applications even in the national and homeland security. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request Professor Karandikar, Director, IIT Kanpur, to kindly facilitate the dignitaries on the dais with a small memento as a token of appreciation for their participation in the conclave and sharing their value addition viewpoints. Sir, I would request you to come on the dais for the felicitation.
Professor Karandikar, could you please felicitate Mr. Shashi Shekhar Vempati? Mr. Parag Naik.
Now, for the session 2, I'll hand over to Bindu.
Thank you very much. In our excitement of the inaugural session, we forgot to felicitate Professor Karandikar in the inaugural session. May I request Pamela to kindly felicitate Professor Karandikar? Please, ma'am. To accept your felicitation. We forgot to compliment you in the inaugural session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. We now continue with the rest of the conclave. The second session for today is a panel discussion on broadcast broadband convergence, India's roadmap. This session will be talking about what is the need for convergence, what is India's stand, and what roadmap should be adopted for convergence. This session will be moderated by Professor Adrish Banerjee. May I request Professor Banerjee to please come on the dais. Thank you, sir. And I'll give a brief introduction to Professor Banerjee. Professor Banerjee is currently the Next Generation Broadcasting Chair Professor with the Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. His research interests include physical layer aspects of wireless communications and broadcasting. He will be joined for this panel discussion by Mr. V. Raghunandan, Secretary TRAI. Mr. Raghunandan is an Indian Telecommunication Service Officer belonging to the 1987 batch. He is presently working as Secretary, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India at New Delhi and is coordinating all the activities related to telecom and broadcasting services. Earlier, as Deputy Director General International Relations at DOT Headquarters, he coordinated all activities related to multilateral and bilateral high-level dignitaries in DOT, Ministry of Communications, and was also responsible for key initiatives related to establishment of an India ITU area office and innovation center in India. Thank you very much, Mr. Raghunandan, for joining us on the panel. Next, we have Ms. Anuradha Agarwal from Prasar Bharati. Ms. Agarwal is a member of the Indian Broadcast Engineer Service and is currently Additional Director General Technology at Prasar Bharati, at the Prasar Bharati Secretariat in New Delhi. She is responsible for overall management of a wide range of activities, including policy formulation, planning, induction of new technologies, project implementation, monitoring, coordination of the entire Prasar Bharati network, encompassing studios, earth stations, and transmitters of AIR and Doordarshan. Anuradha Madam has been instrumental to a large extent in the proof of concept activities that have been happening in the recent past. Then Mr. Prashant Maru, Vice President Sales, Sankhya Labs. We've already introduced him. And last but not the least, Mr. Sesh Simha, who's presently serving as Vice President Advanced Technology at One Media, USA. Mr. Simha is responsible for One Media's activities in India to develop a direct-to-mobile device ecosystem based on next-gen broadcast. He is involved in market and standards development with various government, industry, and standards organizations. And with that, I hand over to Professor Banerjee to run the session.
Thank you, Bindu Madam. You don't have to stand, you can sit. Thank you, Bindu Madam. So this session is on broadband broadcast convergence. And I'll start off with, I'll first welcome all my panelists. And I'll start off with the comment made by Shri Apurva Chandraji. He mentioned that a consumer will accept a technology if he gets at least that service which is getting now. So my first question is to Sesh. Please explain to the audience that actually terrestrial broadcasting, as far as data delivery is concerned, terrestrial broadcasting and mobile broadband delivery, they are complementary. So if we have broadband convergence, we are actually, user is going to get a more better and experience. So can you please explain the synergy between broadcasting and broadband?
Thank you. You know, I like to do this as a back of the envelope calculation, and I think it turns out that in this ecosystem, it's a win-win for everybody. It's a win-win for the consumer. It's a win-win for the content delivery. It's a win-win for the mobile operator. It's a win-win for government in terms of efficient use. So if you do a back of the envelope calculation and say that I have 20, if I can reduce my load on the mobile network by 20%, okay, using a broadcast distribution capability, and I only need to do that with a 10% increase in operational and capex cost, then all of a sudden you'll find that I almost have a kind of a 2-to-1, you know, advantage in terms of that. And sometimes back of the envelope calculations work beautifully. In fact, a small anecdote, you know, my son's lab in 1957 discovered the Doppler shift could track Sputnik. So they went to the US Navy and said, let's turn the problem around, and instead of tracking a satellite from space, what if we throw up satellites in space and track people on the ground? That was the beginning of global positioning. So sometimes a back of the envelope calculation is all you need. And I think many of the dignitaries today have you know, very eloquently stated, you know, what this is all about.
So I want to follow up on what it means to be broadband broadcast convergent. So can you talk in terms of content convergence, service convergence, infrastructure convergence? Can you elaborate a little bit more on what is meant by convergent?
Sorry, that mic was not working. Yeah, so when we talk about convergence now, it's not just a buzzword. It's much more than that. We need to converge at a lot of different levels. We need to converge at the application layer. We need to converge at the service layer. We need to converge from a spectrum perspective as well as from the infrastructure perspective. To give you an example, I'll start from the top, the infrastructure perspective. Quite some time ago, about a decade ago, when we were still working with 2G and 3G before the advent of the 4G, there used to be different base stations, one for 2G, one for 3G at any given cellular site. Now, eventually what happened is it ended up being one base station with a 2G card, a 3G card, and a 4G card. So that's convergence of different Gs in the unicast world. Now imagine we just have an additional card in the same base station for broadcast, whatever standard it is, it doesn't matter. But then we have achieved, what we have achieved is infrastructure convergence. Now that's at the higher end of the spectrum. The lower end is the application, the user experience. The user should be, for example, using one application called, let's say, for example, Hotstar or News on Air. Irrespective of the content source, whether the content is coming over a broadcast network or a unicast network, if the user just has one application called News on Air, it doesn't matter where he gets the content from, whether he gets it over a broadcast network or a broadband network. Irrespective of where he gets it from, he should have access to the data that he wants to watch at any given point in time. So that's convergence at the application layer, at the user layer. So everything in between needs to do the same thing.
Basically, we are seeing a change in the user pattern as to how many speakers have talked about how people watch videos. And so how is Prasar Bharati is going to adapt with the changing scenario, and how broadband broadcast convergence is going to help Prasar Bharati? Can you give some specific case example to illustrate how this convergence is going to help in the changing scenario of pattern of customer viewership?
Thank you. I'll start with Prasar Bharati. When it was Doordarshan, adopted the analog model of terrestrial transmission. Now, coming all the way from analog transmission to digital world, today while we were transiting from analog to digital, in between, in around 2005, we had our slight experience with direct to mobile when we had an experimental transmission of DVH mobile transmission, but it did not take up because the ecosystem was not ready at that time. But our connect with direct to mobile started long back in 2005 itself. Now coming to this scenario, when we are today, we find that the consumption of video is all happening on the mobile phone. So as Prasar Bharati, being a public broadcaster, we need to connect with the audience, which is largely on the mobile, not on the fixed TV set. To enable this, we need to have a direct to mobile approach to broadcasting. Also, terrestrial broadcasting has never lost its relevance in the world ever. And as a fallback to the satellite, whatever satellite communication, satellite platforms we have, we need a terrestrial platform also for the network security, for the country as a whole, for the security of the country as a whole. Okay. So we think that direct to mobile is certainly the future of the country. It is essentially required, and convergence is the only way in which we can move forward. If we move in silos, say broadcasting separately and telecom separately, we will never be able to achieve the goals, because the handset or the received device is going to be one, whether it is telecom, whether it is using it for the mobile phone or using data, or the terrestrial linear TV or emergency alerts, whatever. The device has to be one. Once it is a common device, it has to be a common platform which is to be used by all. Secondly, it will also leverage, I think, the content players who have content but who do not have the platform. So if Prasar Bharati as a public broadcaster is able to build up on a direct to mobile platform using all the policy decisions and all the facilitations by the various agencies,
we would be having a platform similar to a DTeach platform that we have, wherein the content providers who have the content and the ability to provide content to the consumer, to the viewer, will have a platform where they can, conveniently and at economical cost be able to provide content. So effectively, the user, the consumer will be benefited at large.
So that brings us to an interesting question. So there has been attempts earlier also to do this convergence in late 2000s. People have tried this, but they failed. And one of the reasons, as Anuradha Madam mentioned, Shri A.K. Tiwari ji mentioned that everybody wants a single device. The fragmentation of device is not going to work. So Prashant, can you a little bit elaborate on the importance of universality of single device, and also want to bring out the salient features of IP-based standard ATSC 3.0, which will smoothly enable this convergence of broadcast and broadband?
Sure, I think that's a very relevant question. When you say IP standards, today in all the broadband telecommunications that we are using, whether it is Wi-Fi, whether it is office Wi-Fi or home Wi-Fi or your 4G, 5G connection, the fundamental standard that is being utilized for sending data from point A to B, for sending content from A to B, is essentially IP standard. So if terrestrial networks also, or terrestrial broadcast networks also adopt an IP standard, fundamentally IP standard, then the convergence is not a question at all. Because both of them are based on IP standards, so convergence is like a match made in heaven. I can't simplify it any further than that. So that's as far as convergence is concerned. Now, as far as the receiver devices are concerned, the success of any standard is directly proportional to the user experience. If you ask the receiver to say, hey, can you plug this in for watching terrestrial content, and can you plug it out for watching broadband content? He doesn't want to do that. He wants to use the same app, he wants to use the same device, and at the same time, he wants to have an excellent user experience. Ease or simplicity of use of device, the app, and getting to see whatever he wants to see at the same time. So as long as we ascertain all these fundamental requirements and ensure a happy customer, a happy subscriber, I think the job is already done.
Thank you. So Raghunandan ji, another contentious issue is spectrum. You know that sub 700 megahertz people love because of nice transmission, this thing. So what do you think is the best usage of spectrum? And if we go for this broadband broadcast convergence, do you think it will free up some spectrum? What are your views on this best spectrum usage and how we should go about it?
Thank you, Professor. I will try to be as generic as possible, because the moment I say something, generally we speak through the recommendations, through the consultative process. Suppose if I give my views, then you will, tomorrow again you may say that this Secretary Toy has told. So this is, I want to be little open on that issue. So I'll try to answer your question as generic as possible. We have given the recommendations with respect to sub-GC very clearly. And then, of course, somebody has mentioned, I think A.K. Tiwari also has mentioned about that Brahman ki tarah hota hai, ye tarang. So that is one thing, of course. It is availability is, once it is available, you can use it in any manner you want. The TRI's, the perspective of TRI has always been the technology neutral for the spectrum which you use. What technology you bring in, you can always use it. Supposing you have got a spectral efficient technologies, then you can always use it. So try actually light touch, we were always maintaining that light touch. In that context, the spectrum, whatever is available and what way, efficient way you use is the user's, it is in the user's hands. So that is one point actually I wanted to say from the our regulatory perspective. Coming back to the availability which you are mentioning, sub-GC there are some, you know that 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. This is available as of now. and 470 to 700. I think there is availability. Is it okay? So as far as 700, 800, 900 already in IMT bands, they are working. And 700 band and 600 band, we have given our recommendations in the recent recommendations. And 500 band, we have left little untouched. We have actually left it that, let broadcasting sector and telecom sector come together and then find out and how to make it more efficient. Our two mantras of TRI is that you use the spectrum efficiently and whatever technology, it is agnostic to the technology. These are the two mantras of TRI. That is about the generic. So as far as 500 is concerned, we have still left it so that DTT players and all players can come together. How efficiently you make the technologies, whether it is the compression technology, whether it is the transmission technology, whether whatever technology, you come together and then vacate the spectrum, make it available for use. This is what in essence.
So let's come to the business model. Shashi Shekharji very nicely put it that as a public broadcaster, Prasar Bharati has a societal responsibility. So I'm not going to ask you the same question. So I have another question as far as usage model is concerned. So we can't have a similar model as we have now when mobile broadcasters are giving us, fixed 1.5 GB per day or 2 GB per day, because then that would be exhausted very soon. So what do you think, Prashant, could be a good usage model for this broadband broadcast convergence?
So, earlier in session one, Parag quoted an interesting example where the user, a student, ends up paying about 800 to 1,000 rupees per month for attending all the classes that he was supposed to attend during the COVID times. Now, if we try to use a similar model and the costs are headed upwards, then we are not doing justice to the end user, to be honest, to the rural consumers, to the consumers below the poverty line who are unable to attend schools just because they don't have the luxury of going to school on a motorbike, So in such situations, we need to be able to figure out a solution where the cost of transmitting content per GB is far, far lower than what it is today. So if we can achieve that in a network, in our solution, then we can deliver the service at a much lower cost. When we achieve that, then we can reach larger number of consumers, and as a result, we can achieve the social cause that we have spoken about throughout the day so far. As an example, a more specific example, instead of paying 500 rupees per month for a cellular subscription, if you think of a situation where we have this network, a converged network, and charge our subscribers about, let's say, 20 rupees per month, and they can consume all you can eat. You attend classes or lectures that are conducted by your school. You attend lectures that are conducted at Harvard University at your own convenient time, and you consume as much educational content or as much content as you want that is being broadcasted. Everybody's happy, There's a revenue stream, a steady revenue stream, and a self-sustaining model from a business perspective as well. So those finer details need to be worked out still.
So let's talk about architecture. Shesh, there are multiple ways in which we can have this. For example, it could be cellular broadcasting or a hybrid kind of thing. So what do you think are possible approaches which we can take for this broadband broadcast convergence?
Oh, I'm absolutely convinced that the hybrid approach with a tall tower supplemented by low tower is the way to go. We've done, in fact, Sankhya and we've done a lot of work to show, what the efficiencies would be. Secondly, you also think of, we keep talking about disaster recovery, right? And typically very large tower stations are incredibly robust in terms of how they're built. So you can think of a situation where in a big city, you've lost the cellular infrastructure because of a calamity, but that high tower stands. So, we've also looked at that in the US that you would not want to drop your high tower even just for that reason that you get continuity of service. So again, these efficiencies, as I pointed out, that adding another, you could get another 20 to 25% improvement in capex and opex efficiencies. Okay. Coming back to another issue, in fact, if I may digress a bit, that we're talking about India's roadmap. What is India's roadmap? India's roadmap is going to be a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Okay. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We've got work. Fortunately, I think we have all the right people. We've got, the IIT, we've got Prasar Bharati, we've got Sankhya, and we've got a take no prisoners approach by TSDSI, which says that if there is something that India needs, we're going to go and do it, and this is what we're going to do. One small example to look at, again, a back of the envelope efficiency calculation. Today, by and large, if you look at compression, okay, whether it's broadcast, doesn't matter. You've got 80% of traffic is video. And if more than half of that traffic of video is MPEG-4, right, then I'd say that, look, we already have technologies that are leapfrogging. You've got HEVC, which has now come to fruition, but beyond that, you've got VVC, AV1, and there may be other algorithms. And one of the things I found was I was shocked to see that in the most recent 3GPP submission, there was a 250-page report, a technical report on codecs, and what was the conclusion in 3GPP? That there is no need to move forward at this time, okay? What does that mean? Can anybody in this audience say that there is no need to move forward because of compression? We're syncing on video. So I think this is a call to action for all of us to take not just the initiative of convergence forward, but to go deeper into the stack, go into the ecosystem and say, how can we lead the world, not follow the world?
Okay, so talking about India's roadmap, Raghunandanji, what do you think we need to do in terms of policy and regulations for this to come to fruition?
I think it's a very question can be answered in a very lengthy way, and also I can succinctly answer this question in less than a minute or two. Mr. Shashi also has told in his perspective what way he wants to take it forward, this D2M. And DTT to D2M is the way forward, which he is looking at in 19 cities and see the response, and then that is on the perspective of the operator side. So from the perspective of regulatory side, which I think my chairman also has told that, there are two approaches. One is to look at the top-down approach, where you see the legal framework to be converged through the laws, to bring a synergic law and then converge at the different laws. Supposing CTN Act is there, and then Telegraph Act is there, and then 1933 Wireless Act is there. See whether all the acts can be converged. Some of the countries have done that. Actually, I have seen that even a day before yesterday, one country, Tanzania has done. Even Tanzania has done that. A small country. I had a bilateral meeting with them. So actually, it is looking at the top-down approach, you converge and then come together. Then the licensing framework, because licensing framework flows from the acts, the legal framework. Then you converge the licensing. Then at the bottom, what you do is you have the already technology convergence is not in my hands, not in his hands, not in anybody's. Technology is always converging, and it evolves and it converges. So this roadmap is that, as Chairman Trai has also told, that there could be disruptions, so we need to be very cautious, and then we need to move forward. So our approach is that, first thing is, of course, we have already recommended the ease of doing business, wherein the process convergence happens. Processes will be converged at the different ministries and departments, so that it will facilitate that one point. The technology is converging. Then the licensing framework also, Trai is looking at it. So how to make whether to converge all the licenses, or at what points of time, what are the things to be touched. The legal framework is a long term. So this is the approach which we are thinking in the long term, without any affecting anything. Let us see. I cannot say predict anything at this stage, but we want it to be as smooth as possible, so that no stakeholder is affected in the whole process. This is what. Thank you.
Anuradha Madam, how do you expect this rollout of the infrastructure to implement, broadband broadcast convergence?
In my view, The rollout will happen initially with our leveraging the infrastructure that Prasar Bharati already has. At the 19 cities, we have high power transmitters and digital transmitters. So converting those digital transmitters to DTM transmitters would be the first step forward, so that the existing infrastructure that we have already built is leveraged out. And built around that, we can have the low power infrastructure that will supplement the high power infrastructure. And this infrastructure can be developed in two ways, either through seed funding from the CSR activities of the private operators, or it could be done through the government funding, or it could be done on a PPP-based model, so that we both gain the benefit, the telecom operators as well as Prasar Bharati as a broadcaster gains the benefit of the converged scenario.
Prashant, one final question to you. So obviously, receiver ecosystem also needs to exist. Otherwise, who's going to, so what's your view on that?
I think receiver ecosystem is very well tried, tested, and succeeded in India. Let me just go back to 2016 when LTE services were launched by Reliance Jio. They kind of prepared, planned, and executed in a very nice way. They didn't expect everybody to have an LTE compliant phone right from day one. So until that happens, they launched a lot of different kinds of devices. To give one example, they launched something called the Jio Hotspot, so that people who do not have an LTE phone can also use a Jio connection and still, make phone calls and get data. On the same lines, what we are kind of proposing as well is, until we don't have a chip that can receive, decode and receive content over broadcast, we have similar kind of hotspot solutions. What we call them is the home gateway solution. We also have the dongle solution, which I kind of showed away a little bit earlier in the day. So we already have these kind of solutions which will eventually take us to having 100% penetration of phones which have the receive capability supported inbuilt into the phone itself. So we have quite some way to go there, but I think there is a well-defined way forward to achieve that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Shesh, as a final word, if coming from broadcast community, if you want to give a message to 5G community, what would be our message so that this facilitates, this convergence?
First of all, I don't ever call myself as coming from the broadcast community. I'm a wireless guy. That's all I do, and that's all I care about. What we're going to say is that we're going to take this session here, we're going to strike, and we're going to say India's roadmap is the world's roadmap. That's what we need to do. And I think we have all the ingredients to make this happen. Thank you.
We will take some questions from the audience, so please feel free. There were some volunteers, right? Where are they? You can pass on the mic if somebody has questions. There are some volunteers here. If you have any questions yes, please.
Good afternoon. I am G.S.K. Shirwani. My question with the TRI Secretary is that TRAI some years back gave a recommendation that for digitization of terrestrial transmission. In fact, it's I think in the year 2018 they gave a recommendation that since analog infrastructure should be phased out and all the terrestrial networks through which the broadcasting is happening should be digitized. As we know that Prasar Bharati is having only mere 18 transmitters at 18 locations. So, and also TRI also has recommended that this particular sector where terrestrial broadcasting is should be open to the private broadcasting. I mean, it should be open for private broadcasters to come, invest and operate the services. Until unless this high power, high transmitter network is not there, how this convergence will happen between the broadband and broadcast. The thing is that, as we know that we are moving from 4G to 5G. That is a broadband network. That means internet speed is going up. And in future, we will need more and more bandwidth. So we certainly will be going to the convergence through high power network. So at present, even though TRI has recommended, government has not, has yet to take the decision on privatization, not privatization, but open this sector to private. What's your viewpoint, sir?
No, regarding what government has to do, is always tries always it is a recommendation. Okay, what government has to do and what at what time it has to do is left to the government as far as we are concerned. Of course, one point which you are telling is that we need to look at this the outcome of their T2 to D2m. That is one thing, and our recommendations. 2006 itself we started about the convergence. If you recall, there we have mentioned about carriage part and the content part. Content will be regulated separately. Carriage part has to have a convergence. That was the roadmap in 2006 we have given. So now we have come a long way from 2006 to now. Just again, if you feel that this high power transmission part, which you are talking about, that the bands which are available to the sub-GC bands are 500, 600, 700, 800. Propagation characteristics of 600 and 500 are very close. So 600 is now available for the 5G operators. Now Prasar Bharati and other people have to see which models to evolve. I have seen actually, we can think about it, deliberate it, and then how see. The new future will be, one thing which I wanted to say, even for the 5G, for example, you take, no operator can work individually, because it depends on the use case. Use case depends on the applications. So operator can only provide the bandwidth, and then unless the use case applications are there, the operator cannot sell their products. So it has to be a collaborative effort. The collaboration is going to be the new order of the day. So for the operators. So collaboration and then coexistence, because the spectrum has to be efficiently utilized, different services and different applications, everything has to coexist. It has to be, that is the one thing. And then convergence. So this new future mantra will be 3C. That is the collaborate. If you don't collaborate, you will not be able to exist. You have to converge and then work. That is the way forward. And then you have to see that you have to coexist. So this is a new mantra of that. So let us see how it actually is going to happen.
Thank you. In the interest of time, okay, maybe one last question.
My name is Devashish Bhattacharya from Broadband India Forum. My question is to Prashant, basically. Two parts to the question. First is that one of the important use case for broadcast broadband convergence, as was spelt out in the previous discussion, fireside chat, was education, online education. Now, my question is that if you're using the broadcast component of this convergence, when you're switching modes from broadband to broadcast, education is a two-sided conversation. You can't have professor teaching only if the student is not able to react. So in the broadcast portion of the delivery, it has to be a two-sided conversation. Given the fact that we know traditionally broadcasting is a one-way traffic, that it is only delivery to the end customer and there is no return path, how will the broadcast portion of this particular network take care of educational needs when the convergence happens? So this is question one. Question two, or it's a part of that, is the success of this convergence depends on the availability of the end consumer devices, that is the mobiles that you showed with the chipset inside it. So what is likely to be the price at which these consumer devices are likely to be available in the market? Because if the devices are not affordable, I don't think, we have seen from our mobile story that the success of mobility has happened primarily. One of the key drivers is, of course, the data cost, and the other is the cost of the devices. As the devices cost has tanked, the data cost also has tanked. We have seen the revolution take place. So these are my two questions. Thank you.
Sure. I think good questions, I'd say. Mr. V. Raghunandan touched earlier about 3 C's, and I'll just touch on the 2 out of the 3 C's, converge and coexist. So to answer the first question, the reverse path, or for the student, the path where the student can send questions to the teacher, we have to converge and coexist. So broadcast, like you rightfully said, is unidirectional. So how do you send back the questions? We already have a solution where we are, the reason why we are calling this convergence is it's not one or the other. It's coexistence of both of them together. And we already have a solution implemented where the student has the capability to send the question back to the teacher, and the teacher has this a screen in front of her from where she can look at all the questions and respond back to the student. So what is the path that the student is using for sending the question back to the teacher? It's the broadband. Broadband is two-way. So, and if he doesn't have access to broadband at any given point in time, whenever he has the access, the questions will be sent back and the teacher will answer by sending broadband response over broadband back to the student. But this is possible today. We have been able to demonstrate it. We've been able to test it in our POC and successfully demonstrated so far. And the second question, can you refresh the second question for me, please? Cost. Okay, cost is function of volumes. So if I'm making 100 prototype phones with my chip inside the phone, it'll cost me maybe 1 lakh rupees. But if I'm making 200 million phones, right, then the cost is going to drastically go down. So it's kind of difficult to predict the cost, but it's directly a function of volume. And the reason why the cell phones are so inexpensive, as well as you get the other end of the spectrum cell phones in India, is by the sheer power of volume that is being consumed in the population that we have in India today. Sesh, you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, what I wanted to add was that in the long run, I think your device ecosystem is going to happen when the solution, the physical layer solution, is embedded in the main SoC, in the main chip. And that's the evolution of all new technologies, including Wi-Fi. Years ago, there was no Wi-Fi in the chip. You had a separate chip. And so I think, that's the evolution. Secondly, fortunately today we have Dr. Sangeet Park, who will talk about convergence and talk about his research. He's one of the foremost experts in physical layer performance. When we've been working, and in fact, there are many mobile operators in other parts of the world that have talked to me and said, tell us what's going on in India because we're interested. And they're interested for a good reason, because if this is the physical layer that gives you either a standalone downlink or a supplementary downlink, then there is a lot of interest on the part of mobile operators worldwide to implement this sort of thing at other frequency bands. What does that mean? That means that once you get it, the DMOD capability into your main chip, all you need to do is have a different tuner, to be able to tune to different frequencies. In fact, we're not just looking at 5 megahertz, 6 megahertz, 8 megahertz, looking at 10 megahertz, looking at 20 megahertz. We're looking at putting this solution so that it's not just a broadcaster that has need for it, it is any mobile operator that thinks they need a very rock-solid physical layer solution for a downlink. So I think at that point in time, we hope that the scale of use cases, not just from a broadcaster, but from mobile operators as well, will then significantly dilute those costs.
Thank you, Sesh. In interest of time, we will conclude this session. Let's thank all our panelists. They're all available for the lunch, so you can ask them questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, speakers and the moderator. And I'll call upon Pamela Kumar to kindly felicitate the speakers of this session. So may I request Ms. Pamela to kindly felicitate Mr. Raghunandan first. Mr. Prashant Maru. Mrs. Sesh Semha. And Professor Adrish Banerjee. And can we have a group photograph of all the panelists along with Pamela, if you don't mind? Before we proceed for lunch, and while we're getting ready for the group photograph of the speakers, the lunch is organized on the ground floor. There are 2 multi-purpose halls, so please feel free to go to whichever hall you are comfortable in. Thank you. We will come back again for the next session at 2:15 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
next generation broadcast standards before being named ATSC president in May 2019. Previously, she chaired various ATSC 3.0 related specialist groups, ad hoc groups, and implementation teams since 2012. Mr. A.K. Mittal, he is associated with TSDSI as advisor with special focus on standardization in wireless and wireline systems. He handles standards related activities of TSDSI in 3GPP and ITU-R. He was head Telecom Engineering Center, TEC, the technology arm of the Department of Telecommunication. He has represented the Government of India in various bilateral and multilateral international meetings. With this, I would request Pranav Jha sir, if you could commence the session.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much and good afternoon to you all. And I would like to thank especially IIT Kanpur, Prasar Bharati and TSDSI for giving us this opportunity to speak about the standardization aspects of DTT, DTM, and also the regulatory aspects. So maybe I will start with Madeline first, and we will. Madeline, in your view, what makes ATSC 3.0 different from other modern broadcasting technologies? And can you please also talk about the international adoption of ATSC 3.0, please? Yeah, so I think you would like to present? Yeah, okay, sure. So Madeline would like to present a few slides in front of you.
Now you can hear me. All right. So first of all, thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much to IIT Kanpur, TSDSI, and Prasar Bharati for inviting me to this wonderful conclave. And I've heard ATSC 3.0 mentioned a few times, so I thought it might be valuable to share just a few slides to answer Mr. Pranav's question, what is different about ATSC 3.0? It is an international standard. It has been built through the contributions of people from all continents across the globe, and it is currently the state-of-the-art in broadcasting standards. It is the world's most efficient one-to-many DTT standard, and it is the world's first IP-based standard. But the other question he asked me, and I'm not going to say too much more because we have Dr. Sungik Park from Korea to speak with us in the next session about some more of those details. But one of the questions he asked was about the international adoption of ATSC 3.0, so I just wanted to share a few slides with you to illustrate these points. ATSC 3.0 was first, was first commercially launched in South Korea and currently is reaching 70% of the population. One of the most interesting things I've found is that each country that starts to use 3.0 or some element of 3.0, each has its own most important use case. In the case of South Korea, the most important use case was ultra high definition. So they are busy putting out television services in 4K. That was the most important use case there. It's okay. Perfect. The second country to start launching ATSC 3.0 was the United States. So South Korea started in 2017. The United States started in 2020. We chose a pandemic to start launching a new service. Good idea, right? So anyway, we started launching the new service in the middle of the pandemic. And what we were able to do was actually, we are already reaching more than 50% of the population, and broadcasters anticipate reaching about 85% of the population by the end of this year. So in the US, again, the use cases are different. The focus here is HD broadcasting with high dynamic range, 1080p, with stunting in UHD, and datacasting as the top items so far. The next country to launch ATSC 3.0 is Jamaica. Jamaica is very influential in the Caribbean region. Their first broadcaster launched this year, commercial services, Television Jamaica, and they're currently reaching 9 out of 14 parishes of the island nation, and they're expecting to reach all 14 parishes by the end of this year. Jamaica has a very aggressive plan. They are actually going direct from analog to ATSC 3.0, and they expect to turn off the analog system, they think next year. I personally think that's very ambitious, but we'll see what they do. There's also a lot of interest around the globe. The Brazil TV 3.0 project is underway, and they are selecting portions of different standards as they do their testing and their evaluation, and they have already made selections from ATSC 3.0 for the advanced emergency messaging, as well as the transport system IP with root dash, and they're also using codecs that are specified in ATSC 3.0, such as IMSC1 captions and also MPEG-H audio. They chose VVC video, and ATSC is busy adding VVC to our standard as well. Brazil has not made a decision about their physical layer yet. They expect that they will continue their testing and will make a decision next year about which physical layer they will use for their TV 3.0 project. So we're very delighted about the ATSC 3.0 selections they've made so far, and they are certainly considering ATSC 3.0 for their physical layer. We'll see how their testing goes. And just a little bit of what else is going on around the globe. Canada is standing up their first lab. That's going to come online this year. Mexico, again, everybody has their most important use case. In their case, distance education is the most important thing. Several countries in Central America have expressed interest: Honduras, El Salvador, Panama. We're also finding that other Caribbean nations are looking at what Jamaica does and potentially will follow in their footsteps. And I think the last piece, which is very important, and we look to our friends in TSDSI and in all these nations to work with us in the ITUR process of adding ATSC 3.0 to the various documents in the International Telecommunications Union radio communications sector. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Pranav, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madeline, for an excellent piece of information on the adoption. So please have a seat. I have a few more questions for Madeline. So, would you like to throw some light on ATSC MH, or you think that it will be covered later? I mean,
ATSC?
Yeah, for DTM, some strengths of ATSC. Or do you think that you would like to throw some light on the further evolution of DTT standards such as ATSC in future, and what direction it might take for it?
Sure. Well, in terms of ATSC MH, one of the things that I think was difficult about that is that we were trying to make ATSC MH backward compatible with the first generation ATSC 1.0 system. But what we found was that, in fact, the best way to do this is to start with a greenfield. So this is why ATSC 3.0 was developed, where it's not a backward compatible system with the ATSC 1.0 first generation system. And that's okay, because we got to take advantage of so many new technologies. I also think that having mobile and fixed in the same standard makes the most sense. Where MH was kind of added on at the end, this is a very holistic system designed from the ground up for mobility. So I'm very excited about that. And in terms of the future, I think it's important to recognize that ATSC 3.0 is an evolving platform, and that the ATSC members look to other countries and other SDOs like TSDSI and the SBTVD Forum in Brazil to bring to the table what are the most important use cases in those countries, and to put their own flavor on it, and to put their own intellectual property into it, to extend the standard in the way that's going to most serve their nations and their people. So we very much look forward to that, and the ATSC membership from around the globe is wide open to these different ideas and ways of moving forward.
Thank you very much, Madeline. Next, I would like to request Mittalji to share some information on DTT. So, I would like to understand from you, Mittalji, which technologies or standards are currently approved for usage in India? And are there any restrictions on technologies and standards to be used?
I think the broadcasting sector, that way the broadcast is a kind of unregulated thing in India currently. Prasar Bharati being the only public service broadcaster. So as such, I don't see any technology being approved per se. DVB-T and ATSC, the new one, they are in vogue, they are in ITU. Recommendations also available. But as such, I don't see any standard being, officially being approved for use. So it's a free adoption which can be done right now. It's open right now. That's what I can say.
Okay. So anybody can deploy, not anybody, only Prasar Bharati, and it is free to deploy any technology if it wishes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So next, maybe I would like to go to Srivastavji to seek his views on certain regulatory aspects. So what is the current recommendation of TRAI as far as the DTT services are concerned? More specifically, what kind of phasing out of analog TV services you think, and by what time you as per TRAI should be done?
As of now, first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank TDSI and IIT Kanpur to get me here and to be part of this event. As regards to current regulation is concerned, what additional DG Prasar Bharati mentioned in her talk that there was convergence sometime, D2m started sometime in 2005-06 itself. And the TRI had brought a convergence for the telecom that time in 2006. But that time it was just limited to the content and the transmission portion regulation. No doubt there was a mention of a spectrum harmonization also. But the whole story of the convergence, if we look into the in context of the Indian scenario, it started from the digitalization of the broadcasting services, which first time the regulation was put in 2012. And later on in phased manner, government started implementing cash and SMS system, and which got ultimately implemented by 2017. So this was the impetus wherein the thought process started that why not the convergence should be brought in. And during this period also, there was a recommendation from the TRI that all analog terrestrial communication broadcasting systems should be converted into digital terrestrial communication. And some of the system got converted, as the Prasar Bharati mentioned, around 18 and 19. And we just not limited to only the broadcasting of the TV and the other thing. We also requested government to take call on the digital radio also. So we had already put forward our recommendation to take care of the process of digitalization. So that once the digitalization is complete, then there is an easy path for the converging the thing, because the technology has grown up, and mostly it is IP-based technology. Once the IP is being used for both telecommunication as well as for the broadcasting, then it is easy to converge, not only from the transport network point of view, but also the converged network is giving better opportunity to the content provider to have the privacy of the content, to have the quick delivery of the content. It also gives the opportunity to the broadcast network provider to get a system wherein they are just not limited to the reach for one particular kind of the medium, like cable operator is just limited to one physical cable. They can exploit the other medium available. And at the same time, it also gives the opportunity to the mobile network operator to have other avenues of the business by having the convergence. So convergence is really good, and that's why as a regulator, we are looking into various aspects of the convergence.
Thank you very much, Srivastavji. So, related to this DTT services and DTM services, I would also like to understand will private players be also allowed to provide DTM and DTT services? I believe right now there are no private.
As of now, there are the private broadcasters who are providing content through mobile, but these are not the real convergence. They are using the broadband as a carrier to provide their content through OTT or through maybe linear TV as subscribed by the individual consumers. But the opportunities are there, and as Chairman TRI pointed out, as Secretary pointed out, we do have a process of carrying out the consultation and meeting with the various stakeholders to work out various details and taking care of the every existing stakeholder as well as the forthcoming stakeholders so that the industry can prosper accordingly.
Thank you very much. Regarding this, spectrum allocation for DTT and DTM services, if, say, private players are allowed, then how will the spectrum be allocated to them? Is there any policy in that?
In TRI, there is nothing like if this happens, then that will happen. We go as per the factual condition, as per the available conditions, and based on the available conditions, we do assess and carry forward the due processes, consultation and discussion, and then put forward our recommendations to the government to take a call. So as of now, I cannot comment that if that is getting agreed, whether the spectrum will be reserved or not, that I'm not in position to tell.
Thank you very much. So next, I would like to go to Prakash, and I would like to understand, what is this, how does he see convergence of mobile broadband and broadcasting? And what are the key use cases in his view that may drive this convergence? Prakash,
so, I'm audible? Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity to be on the panel. So from, see, convergence is usually a very big word, okay? And depending on who you ask, their view of convergence is something different, okay? So if you can say it, is it at a technology level? Is it at a standards level? Is it at a business level? Okay. Is it at a government? Is it at a sector level and so on? So depending on who you ask, they will say it's already converged or not converged. And for example, for years people have been trying to do IMT in the licensed spectrum, also try to bring in the unlicensed, so maybe merge the 3GPP and IEEE sort of work. And that is, by and large, technically, as it converge, I don't know. But as a user, these days, you are able to seamlessly move across. So then you say, okay, we have some sort of convergence from the user perspective. But between the bodies, between the industry bodies, between the patent holders and the businesses there, has convergence happened? That is for them to decide. But coming forward in the current context of what are the industries we are trying to merge or get it seamlessly across, and what is it that we want to do? And is it approaching a convergence? Okay. So what we are talking about is there's IMT industry, there's a Wi-Fi industry, and then there is this broadcasting industry. I'm not talking of the satellite. We'll stick to terrestrial for the current discussions. So between them is there convergence, okay, in terms of this one. As an end user really is looking for data, and if you see what has happened in the past few years is, I think, as the data shows, if you check out the Cisco traffic reports and so on, global traffic reports, video has really become high. And there was a very, when Jio had launched their network, they did a large trial. They had a million plus users. They had given the SIM cards free, and they had almost not charged anything for quite some months. They were doing, it was field trials. But in general, at that time, they got quite a bit of, like, if people had no restrictions on money, and you could do bandwidth suddenly increases, what would you do? And their observation was that media consumption shoots up quite dramatically, And the profile of the people whom you go through studies rather than this is quite different. That is, the village people consume more media than the others by a very large margin and so on. So then it comes down to what you want to do with the current available spectrum. How do you want to serve this sort of needs? And is the current available technology stacks, what is available in IMT, what's available in IEEE, what is available in broadcasting, which serves this sort of needs better? Okay. Then that's when you start looking at, can we do all the offloading of the video into the broadcast? And is it a better usage of the spectrum than this one? But one of the hindrance of convergence is also the 3GPP stack is quite complex for implementation aspects compared to a broadcasting industry or unlicensed stacks protocol and the implementation. That's why the cost parameters are quite different. The technology players are quite different. So to get them to converge first, you will have to see how do you get this complex stack to work with the other two. Okay. And the easiest level of convergence is probably at the core and beyond, okay, not at the air interface portion and this one. And at that plane, the application layer and the core level is first something you will have to look at. Then coming to use cases, of course, the typical use case is video usage, which is probably what you could stream across. And in India, we keep talking about IPL and cricket as the standard examples. But then it does so happen that not everybody watches IPL. Then when you start having these broadcast streams, how do you aggregate enough people and how much of broadcasting spectrum do you allocate them? That is a spectrum divided by the number of users or whatever, a users divided by number. So that per spectrum, because in IMT it's anyway unicast, so you know what you are doing. Here these algorithms and these R&D is probably a lot more critical in that area. But going forward, as part of 5G, we see a lot of verticals that we are approaching, and which are not exactly video. And there maybe you have a lot more chance of getting these sort of broadcast technology usage. For example, let's say you do V2X, and there are a lot of cars going across, and as you start doing autonomous cars and so on, you could probably stream in the local LiDAR data, what can help the autonomous cars. If you can get what you call sensory, the environmental data to the vehicle, because you cannot always load everything, okay. So what is happening currently, if there's an incident happen, the traffic is getting rerouted, all the data you push it into a bunch of cars which are very close to each other. That is probably one aspect, one of the use case. Other one is, say you have a factory environment and you have a set of vehicles and you need to stream in a lot of sensory data or any other information that can help the decision making. But that is another use case that you could look at as a broadcast bulk. Of course, then you can start looking at things like software updates. If there's a set of 300 MB to 1 GB is the typical mobile software update. If you feel there's a threat, and you can mass broadcast the software update for Android 10s, Android 12s, which is a substantial amount of uses. I mean, these are all like still in the realms of possibility, but the current needs are by and large video and users and mobile handsets. That is typically what people talk about. But 5G, when we approach verticals, I think there are aspects that we can start looking at the convergence. But convergence aspect, there's a technical problem and also the aspect of aligning the interest of existing players and their businesses to the stacks. Okay. That is something that we have to look at.
Thank you very much, Prakash. So now I will go back to Mittalji and to understand from him, are there any standardization efforts being taken in, say, global standards bodies, more specifically in ITU, for the convergence of broadband and broadcast?
Yeah, what I saw from the ITU documents some time back was that there was a forum created for the rapporteurs, intersectoral rapporteurs for integrated broadband broadcast, and in which study group 6 of ITUR and study group 9 and one more, 16 of ITU-T, they were involved. And in fact, ITU-T study group 9 does the cable and TV, and 16 does the codecs. And ITUR study group 6 does the broadcasting services, radio part. So they did make some recommendations on the part of terrestrial plus otherwise radio access. And that report has been submitted, but we don't know what is the next step. This report came only in November sometime, 2021. But for what we are looking at here, this requires close working of study group 5 and study group 6 of ITUR. So that we have not seen any activity as yet. But probably as the momentum picks up in this direction, deployments are starting, as Mendelin briefed about the deployment of ATSC3 based systems and all. Probably this will probably create something in ITU also. So currently this is the status of ITU. And 3GPP, in any case, they are still working on enhancement of their MBMS beyond the FE MBMS. So that's all probably what we see. IEEE, we see the publications coming out in IEEE transactions analyzing ATSC 3.0 results and other things. But as such, probably you are in IEEE, probably you can throw more light if something is happening on this convergence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mittalji. Maybe I would like to ask Prakash about the convergence efforts in 3GPP and TSDSI, especially being the SGN chair. I think please throw some light on what is happening there.
3GPP, the work on getting the broadcast industry into 3GPP started somewhere in 3GPP release 14 and so on. Even LT itself started bringing in the mobile broadcasting aspects. Per se, it should have worked by, technically it does work, and we should have by now seen a lot of mobile broadcast happening. Okay, mobile, there's nothing that prevents it as of today. But I think the problem is in terms of, one is their association with the various industries and contents and so on, but also in terms of the complexity of the stack and the amount of spectrum they have. Do they want to dedicate it? And so. But the same sort of work is also continuing in 5G. 5G NR also is, they're adding the broadcast aspects. But in TSDSI, we have a broadcast offload activity which is going on, which is quite unique. It doesn't exactly map to any of the other ones, but we are here trying to do it more at a core and beyond level, and trying to get both the IMT industry and the broadcast industry to work together. It is spectrum agnostic as of today, and it does allow for multiple players. And it is the goal there, what is the work going on is, focus is CDN, Content Distribution Network, and the title itself is called Broadcast Offloading. That is, what would you like to broadcast? Rather than going to the licensed one-to-one spectrum, can you use the broadcast spectrum and offload it? The exact nature of what is a device mechanism, whatever is, is the secondary aspects of the thing. But at an integrated setup, there is quite an amount of work happening for almost a year now and more, and which is something we are quite happy about the progress, and we hope to take it forward. Not only here, and maybe see some sort of deployments across.
Thank you very much, Prakash. I would like to now go to Madeline to understand from her if ATSC3 is also taking some steps towards convergence with mobile broadband, some standardization efforts as part of ATSC with mobile broadband.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the most important things that ATSC is working on right now is a broadcast core network. The idea being that you can assemble nationwide broadcast datacasting services with the core network behind it. But the other piece that the core network is going to facilitate is the kind of convergence that Prakash was just talking about, where you can have this kind of broadcast traffic offload where the two core networks talk to each other. And so we see the core network as being one of the main interface layers between ATSC 3.0 and various broadcast radio access technologies and other radio access technologies. So in a converged world, there's probably going to be multiple different ways of doing things, and when the core networks are able to talk with each other through common APIs, that's where you're going to have, I think, the best chance for convergence. So that's one of the main projects that ATSC is working on, is the broadcast core network, which we believe will facilitate these kinds of convergence.
Thank you very much, Madeline. So now maybe I'll go back to Srivastav ji to understand. I think he shared his views on broadcast broadband convergence, but is there any restriction in using a converged network today in India?
In fact, as the chairman pointed out in his opening address, as well as Secretary pointed out, currently the broadcast and telecom both are operating in silos. We do have the IPTV kind of thing where the licenses have been given to the telecom operators to provide the IPTV, but it is just the ISP who has been given the license to provide the IPTV, but all the broadcasting related activities are governed by the MIB ministry. So one ministry is dealing with the license for provision of the service, other dealing how the services ethics and regulations should be followed. At the same time, we have a very large network of local cable operator. We call it LCO. If we look into the broadcasting sector, it is divided into 3 different segments. One is the content provider, other is the MSO, we call the distribution platform operator, and third is the local cable operator. Local cable operator is currently registered with the broadcasting guidelines, under broadcasting guidelines, whereas on paper, they are not requested, they are not authorized to provide the broadband services. But same local cable operator, if they are registered with the DOT as one of the ISP, category 3, or one of the IP infra provider, they can hook up with any of the ISP, they can provide the broadband services. So there are different distinct processes, and TRI proactively have identified number of the things which they internally, TRI internally is discussing through a committee that they will work out certain items on this respect. What are the processes which can be eased out through the process of ease of doing business? What are the processes which can be converged? What are the things which can be converged in the convergence process? That TRI is working out. And certainly, they will come out with a consultation paper in this regard, and they will discuss with the, not only the stakeholders within the country, but outside the country also. They will see what is the ecosystem available in this regard, and accordingly, they will recommend this. But currently, yes, just by mere having a broadcasting service provider, you cannot provide a broadband service.
Srivastavji. So I think, yeah, I mean, mostly we are done. We wanted to ask some more questions.
So
but
time is also,
time is
yes,
not there. So should we conclude or
yes,
open?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much and for giving us this opportunity to discuss these issues.
Yes. So thank you very much for the session standards and regulation strategy. I would now request Professor Adrish Banerjee, IIT Kanpur, to kindly facilitate the dignitaries on the dais with a small memento as a token of our appreciation for their participation in the conclave and sharing their valuable viewpoints. So please. So we request the photograph for this session with use. Thank you, sir. For the next session, Bindu ma'am will take.
Global convergence scenario and how mobile broadcast fits into the 5G roadmap. This session will be moderated by Madeline. So I'll just wait for Madeline to settle her mementos and come back to the stage. This session will be discussing convergence standards adopted around the world and the experiences from the pilots. We will have Mr. Mark Aitken joining in this session. And Dr. Sangik Park and Dr. Puneet Rathore. And I'll be requesting Madeline to introduce the panelists to you.
Yes, maybe we can bring up the next speaker. Thank you very much. And thank you, Bindu, for this introduction. And I'd like to take a moment to introduce the other panelists, as I was introduced in the last one.
Yeah, just a minute. Should I introduce? Okay, I have to look for the presentation. I'm sorry for this glitch. We're just looking for the master slide deck for slide deck.
I'll tell him to switch. I'll tell him to switch.
So Madeline has already been introduced to the participants. Next we have Dr. Sangik Park, Principal Researcher, ETRI. Dr. Sangik Park is a project leader of the Media Broadcasting Research Section of the Electronics and Telecommunication Research Institute, ETRI, and he's in charge of the next-gen TV standardization, hardware software developments, and laboratory field verifications. Thank you, Dr. Sangik Park, for joining us. Next, we have Mr. Mark Aitken, President, One Media. Mr. Mark Aitken is currently Senior Vice President of Advanced Technology, having served as Vice President of Advanced Technology since 2011. He continues to serve as President of One Media, a position he has held since 2016. He is a member of the Association of Federal Communications Consulting Engineers, the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers IEEE, and the Society of Motion Pictures and Television Engineers. He is the author of many papers dealing with innovative RF product developments, advanced digital broadcast system, design, implementation strategies, and holds patents for various RF devices and next-gen systems. And then we have Dr. Puneet Rathore, currently lead technical standards at Qualcomm. Dr. Puneet Rathore is a PhD from IIT Bombay with a 17 plus years experience in wireless R&D area. He has a diverse experience of working as an academic researcher, entrepreneur in a public safety communications startup, and more recently, standardization research in multinational companies. With this, I'll hand over to Madeline for running the program.
Thank you, Bindu. So this next session is going to be a little different from the others. We have a series of presentations from our esteemed panel. We have two doctors here who are going to give us some good technical depth. Before I pass the mic on to Dr. Sung-Ik Park, who's going to get us started, I just wanted to say that I owe a debt of gratitude. Actually, ATSC owes a debt of gratitude to people in this room. The first time I came to Delhi was actually at the 2018, the very first broadband convergence conclave. At that time, I was chair of TG3 in ATSC. I was working with LG Electronics, and I was there accompanying the then president of ATSC, Mark Richer, who had the foresight to think about broadband convergence and how important it would be, and furthermore, that India had an opportunity to be a leader in this space. I also owe a debt of gratitude to the folks at Prasar Bharati, in particular CEO Shashar Bhambati, as well as ADG Madam Anuradha Agarwal. The reason why is because coming out of that 2018 conclave, it became apparent that it would be important for ATSC members who are interested in the ATSC 3.0 standard to work together to help bring this technology to India so it could be demonstrated in such a way that people could not only understand what it was, but also learn about hands-on experience. So ATSC created the ATSC India implementation team, which was comprised of some 18 members of ATSC from around the world who worked together to bring a technical demonstration to the Doordarshan headquarters here in Delhi. And it was only through the gracious hosting of Prasar Bharati and the Doordarshan engineers that we were able to do this. And one of the things that was most exciting about that was the exchange of learning. The ATSC membership came in thinking they had everything under control, built the system. But what was amazing was how much the Doordarshan engineers learned about the system itself and how much we learned about what was needed here in India. As I mentioned before, each country has its own unique use cases, and India is no exception, and in fact is exceptional in that respect. So I just wanted to say thank you for all of that. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Sung-Ik Park, who's going to kick us off with the first session, with the first presentation of this session. Thank you, Dr. Park.
First of all, I'm very happy to be here. I'm honored to be present ATS 3.0 convergence with broadband. I'm Sung-Ik Park from ATRI. I'm leading the several ATSC, not just ATSC, terrestrial broadcasting project in ATRI, including ATS 3.0 and API and BMS, also single broadcast network design with the Korean broadcasters. Let me start with some conclusion. Why ATS 3.0 is the best for the direct-to-mobile? First, ATS 3.0 physical layer is purpose-built for broadcasting network. Second is the ATS 3.0 IP-based broadcasting can converge with any kind of broadband system using the IP system. Third is that optimize the bit-interleaved coded modulation structure approaches channel capacity, which is just less than 1 dB away from the channel capacity. I will show. Yeah. Fourth is ATS 3.0 adopt time interval, which is which plays the dominant role in the harsh mobile fading channel, like direct to mobile. And finally, unique LDM efficiently supports multi-tier service like mobile HD and fixed UHD simultaneously, given a single RF channel. LDM is a kind of superposition coding. Is ATS 3.0 is the only standard commercialized and standardized LDM like a superposition coding system. Okay, let me start with broadcast convergence with broadband in Korea. As I said, ATS 3.0 is a full IP-based system, so it can converge with any kind of IP system. So in Korea, we are consider two kind of a service scenario with a Korean broadcaster. First thing is the seamless experience between the broadcasting and broadband. As you can see here, terrestrial broadcasting consists of a high power and high tower network, like here, and also it covers the majority of coverage, service coverage. So your receiver are watching some content, high quality content in the service, terrestrial broadcasting service area, but there are also some gap or isolated area like underground or metro or tunnel, and you are moving to those area. You can you have a Wi-Fi or LTE. The system seamlessly change to the broadcasting to the broadband, and then also you have also good quality of a signal for the broadcasting. It is automatically or seamlessly changed to the broadband to the broadcasting. This is a seamless experience which was well verified in Korea with the IIT and Korean broadcasters. A second convergence scenario in Korea is a better quality. As Madeleine said, in Korea, first target is 4K UHD. Yeah, but maybe some people argue that why we need 4K, but our government supports 4K. But good news is that Samsung LG start to sell 8K TV recently. The price is going down and down rapidly. So we, Korea, and also need to think about how to deliver 8K content with existing 4K network with ATS 3.0. So TV has a connection with both broadcasting network and internet network in the home. We have ATS 3.0 has a scalable video codec, so it can provide 4K content through the broadcasting network, and also metadata. Remaining data can be transferred to the broadband, so receiver can combine two different content from different network. We can provide better quality, especially 8K content in Korea. This was fully verified with the Samsung TV and also KBS system, but still not fully commercialized yet, but it will be commercialized soon. Yeah, what I want to say in this slide is that ATS 3.0 broadcast consists of a high power, or combination of high power, and low power, low power. Takes dominant consumption of audio and video content. Broadband can be supplemented through unicast for interactive service, hybrid service, or coverage extension like seamless exchange. What Korean people learned about from the seamless experience and better quality is quite simple. Viewers don't care about network technology. Viewers always prefer low cost or even free cost network to watching the contents. This is quite important, probably most important factor for the convergence. Okay, second is that we are talking about ATS 3.0. In my knowledge, ATS 3.0 is the best performing physical layer system compared to any other broadcasting and broadband network. As you can see, I love this graph because I'm an engineer. This graph is a Shannon capacity limit. ATS 3.0 supports very wide range of operating SNR from -5 dB to the more than 50 dB, 30 dB. The lower area, the lower robust area, you can provide a mobile signal, but higher SNR area, you can provide high quality content, 4K or even 8K. Yeah, we Korea just focus on 15 dB SNR or 20 dB to provide 8K or mobile HD together. And also, in terms of BICM, I will explain next slide. ATS 3.0 is just less than 1 dB away Shannon capacity. How do we achieve this amazing performance? Because it is because optimized bit interleaved coded modulation structure. Currently, ATS 3.0 adopt well-designed, low-dense parity check code and non-uniform constellation for the error correction system. Okay, first is the LDPC code. I want to show the superiority of ATS 3.0 LDPC code here. This graph shows how much away from the Shannon capacity in the LDPC code performance. The red color is ATS 3.0 LDPC code performance. It is just 0.5 dB away from the Shannon capacity compared to any other system. I showed the DVB S2 and T2 LDPC code and also 5G new RAID LDPC code. Also, the black cover is the 4G LTE unicast system based on the turbo code. ATS 3.0 shows that more than 1 dB performance gain compared to the LTE physical layer. FE and BMS currently using the LTE system. So ATS 3.0 shows the superior performance than any other system. And second thing is the non-uniform constellation. You may not be familiar with the non-uniform constellation. We know that rectangular constellation, each constellation point equally distanced, but by adopting the non-uniform constellation, each signaling point is not equally distanced, it can provide better shaping gain in terms of Shannon capacity. By combining very well-designed LDPC code and non-uniform constellation, ATS 3.0 is just less than 1 dB away from Shannon capacity. In my knowledge, this is the world's best performance compared to any communication and broadcasting standard. Second thing is time interval. Currently, we are talking about direct to mobile, DTM. Time interval is the most important factor for the system performance. Let me quickly explain time interval. Time interval is quite simple, kind of a memory. Time interval spreads burst errors caused by harsh fading channel to the random error so that the receiver can handle it successfully. So ATS 3.0 adopted this time interval to provide uniform and stable performance in the old coverage area. So this is the two structure of ATS 3.0, convolutional and hybrid time interval. All the modern broadcasting system like DVB-T, T2, ATS 1.0, 3.0, ISDB-T, and advanced IITB-T from Japan, and D2m from China, and also advanced D2m from China. They all include time interval to provide stable and safe, better performance in the mobile situation. I want to compare some system without time interval. Yeah, FE and BMS currently do not have a time interval. I don't want to say that FE and BMS had a design flaw or disadvantage. This is a different design philosophy. ATS 3.0 is purely targeted for broadcasting, but LTE system designed for unicast. In the unicast system, in the 3GPP, latency is quite important. Time interval is kind of memory, so it is inevitable to cause long delay. So let me show how much performance we can achieve by adopting time interval. We compare, we actually just set up 30 different scenarios. 5 megabps here, 10 megabps here, 15 megabps here. We set up the Indian targeted configuration, 8 megahertz bandwidth for the comparison, and also the velocity is here, 3 kilometer from the 3 kilometer per hour, maximum 200 kilometer per hour. Yeah, you can see the blue cover is FE and BMS performance without time interval. Red color shows the ATS 3.0 performance with the time interval. In the especially India urban channel, Etri and Shantia and another European company, we developed a Bengaluru area based on India urban channel. So we adopted that channel for the computer simulation. We compared. This table shows the conclusion. 30 kilometers per hour typically pedestrian. ATS 3.0 has a 3 dB, almost a minimum 3 dB performance gain. 40 km per hour is a typical city, the downtown speed limit. ATS 3.0 provides more than 7 dB performance gain. And also 120 km per hour. I don't know in India situation, but in Korea we have a speed limit of 120 km per hour. ATS 3.0 provides more than 9 dB performance gain. This huge performance gain is mainly from time interval. So ATS 3.0 has another unique feature, layered division multiplexing. You can see that one single-decker bus. Single-decker bus can carry many people, but if we adopt double-decker bus, more people can be delivered with the same footprint. Also, this LDM can be extended to multi-layer bus, 3-layer, 4-layer, even 5-layer, 6 layers. Yeah. LDM is the kind of a superposition technology. Superposition technology was developed 40 years ago, 1970s. ATS 3.0 is the world first and the only standard adopted superposition coding. I don't want to explain too much, but superposition coding-based LDM used 100% of RF bandwidth and 100% of time resource so that it can provide significant performance gain or more data rate than traditional linear time division multiplexing or frequency division multiplexing. Yeah, good news is that LDM is already commercialized the ATS 3.0 chipset. Okay, let me explain the direct-to-mobile in Korea. As Madeleine said, in Korea, we first focused on the 4K UHD. Now we successfully started the 4K UHD, so Korean broadcasters and also equipment vendors are seriously considering the mobile, direct-to-the-mobile. This year, just a couple of months ago, all the Korean broadcasters and government officials got together and discussed how we can start mobile, direct-to-mobile. So we, with the great support of Shankia Lab and also the Cellular Broadcast Group, we showed the Mark 1 smartphone for the direct-to-mobile demonstration here, and also some dongle type receiver, Wi-Fi home gateway, and all the equipment was displayed. So KBS officially started mobile broadcasting early this year. So they will expand their network for the mobile coverage. Currently, only Seoul and metropolitan area we can receive a mobile signal. But next year, more area will be possible. Another thing is that Korea's #1 major car manufacturer, I don't want to say the brand name, #1 car manufacturer will launch ATS 3.0 ready vehicles in the Korean market and US market. I heard the US market first and then move back to the Korean market next year. This is quite good. In the vehicle type, our company, our partner company, Loasis, they developed vehicle targeted maximum ratio combining based diversity receiver. This was sure tested and verified several times in Seoul and metropolitan area. Okay, let me conclude the summary. Let me summarize the benefits of ATS 3.0. First thing is that ATS 3.0 is an IP-based system, so it can converge any kind of broadband network. In Korea, we developed a seamless experience and better quality, but most important thing is that free or low-cost network to deliver content. Second is optimized BICM provides world best performance, just less than 1 dB away from the channel capacity. And also time interval plays dominant role in the mobile situation, especially direct to mobile. Without time interval, you cannot provide good performance in the mobile receiver. ATS 3.0 has excellent flexibility for selecting the modulation and coding combination, guard interval, FFT side, parallel pattern, depending on the geographical size of a broadcasting network and service requirement. Finally, layered division multiplexing is unique and differentiated technology adopted in ATS 3.0. This technology also provides huge performance gain compared to the existing system. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Pak. I'd like now to call to the podium Dr. Rathod, who has insights for us into what 3GPP is up to with the broadcast standard. And let me see if I can. She's the expert. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to talk about the 3GPP technologies related to this topic of discussion today, which is about 5G broadcast and also the convergence. And there has been one topic which was very important and discussed multiple times today, which was about the importance of the device ecosystem or the convergence of these technologies into the mobile. And I'll try to focus on some aspect of the 3GPP efforts towards this 5G broadcast. And the 3GPP activities towards this started in 2017, which was the initial foundation work, part of which was also spoken about as the EMBMS standard, which was the older EMBMS, which was delivered on the traditional unicast spectrum of 3GPP technologies. And then later in 2018 is when 3GPP started discussing technologies to deliver broadcast on the broadcast spectrum, which is typically the UHF spectrum, which we have been talking about today. And then this is for content which is downlink only, which is a linear TV kind of content delivering radio or file casting kind of applications. So with the activity which got approved in 3GPP in 2018, with a wide range of support from the European Broadcast Union, BBC, along with all the traditional 3GPP players, bringing together these diverse players and different expertise in finding out a solution of how to deliver broadcast to the mobile. The standardization efforts towards this concluded in 2020 in release 16, which is also now part of the IMT 2020 5G standards, which was submitted to ITUR. And more recently in 2021, a new work item got initiated within the standards group of RAN 1 and RAN 4 to specify the channel bandwidths of 6, 7, and 8 megahertz, which are used in the traditional broadcast domain, and to specify a 3GPP band plan for these UHF spectrum. And this enables, from an overall point of view, for this technology to deliver broadcast content in downlink only, for free to air, without any SIM card, and then while working with the rest of the core network, which allows a more tighter integration into the rest of the ecosystem. Maybe I will not spend too much time on these use cases, because these are the same use cases which we have discussed multiple times in this day. But then, just to give a quick picture of the kind of trials and demonstrations and interest which has been seen in the ecosystem across the world. starting with Germany, where they have trialed this using release 14, the older EMBMS. And then more recently, the trials have been for delivering this broadcast content to automotives. Then there have been trials also in Europe on delivering this radio and linear TV content using both release 14 and release 16. And then with some countries in Colombia, in South America, like Colombia and Brazil. One of the things which I think Madeleine also mentioned, which was the ATSC 3.0 project, where the physical layer is also one of the candidates being tested for the ATSC 3.0. And then there are multiple trials. And more recently, there was a demonstration in the Mobile World Congress, which was a delivery of this 5G broadcast, where a relay of a public broadcast from a Spanish television, which was re-encoded into this IP packets, MPEG-dash. And then this was in collaboration with Rodi and Schwartz, bringing in the infrastructure side of the story, and then the broadcast content being delivered to a smartphone. From a takeaways from this talk, I just wanted to highlight that 5G broadcast is a technology which is available from 3GPP, designed with a very basic intent that it can leverage as much as possible of the cellular technology, so that the integration is faster, and there is no need of additional silicon to be integrated, so that the device ecosystem can be much faster. And then all the features which are important, like free-to-air, SIM-free operation, delivery of linear TV in the UHF spectrum, those can be supported. And then, like always, standards is an evolving process. There are features which get incrementally built over a period of time from one release to the other. And like Dr. Singh mentioned, that there are 3GPP standards which are continue to be developed even in the future releases of 3GPP. For example, there are work items which are going in release 18 as well on further improving this. And there is already an industry ecosystem like 5G MAG, which is also bringing more of this, the media ecosystem, which is both content creation and distribution, in and bringing their use cases into the 3GPP standardization arena, so that it can utilize all of those technologies from the entire value chain. So with that, I would conclude this short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final presentation today will be from Mr. Mark Aitken, who will talk a little bit further about the 5G ecosystem and how it might all come together in a broadcast broadband convergence scenario.
So the laser pointer next.
Okay, thank you. Well, first, I'd like to thank this conclave for the invitation, the many groups that have brought this together and have really made a very special event. And certainly, you know, this is a very interesting time. It's actually a time that, that has been a couple decades in coming for myself, but the formal process of getting to where we are actually started in 2011 through the formation of an organization at the time known as the Future of Broadcast Television. Various standards organizations from around the world came together, signed a declaration to work together towards the fundamental goal of unifying at some level global broadcast standards. And what we have today is certainly the result of that, with the demarcation at the IP level as the ultimate level of integration into a broadcast broadband world. And for those that don't know our organization, One Media is the innovations group for Sinclair Broadcast Group. And One Media has been a significant contributor to the standard, along with ETRI and many others. So I'm not going to go through some of these first slides. They've been covered, but it certainly is recognized that ATSC is receiving global recognition. It is also the case that that global development of the standard not only being recognized at ITU on down, but within various nations. And in the United States, to underscore that point, there are some 50-some-odd transmission facilities on the air today, covering more than 50% of the U.S. Population. I found this article interesting. One of the most interesting facts is that the article appeared in a European publication, and some of the points that were made really underscore the importance. My good friend Session in one of the earlier sessions said, you know, that what's being done in India should become the model for the world. This one quote, looking at the lessons Europe and the United States can learn from India certainly underscores that point. And it underscores it by leveraging the intense use of the OTT platforms and the likely transformation nature of broadcast in a solution to offload. So the question that everybody has been asking for this particular session is, where does ATSC fit in the 3GPP 5G world? And for me, I thought that was a pretty simple answer, which is it sits right in the middle. It sits right in the middle because it is an all IP standard. It was purpose designed for mobility and has a scalable level of robustness that is unequaled. So ATSC 3 sits right in the middle of the 3GPP 5G world. Some of the attributes at the very core, again, the alignment philosophy that was taken in the development of the standard provides some direct match to 5G in very significant areas. And I won't go through all of those. Some of those have been already discussed. So what is 5G? You have to ask yourself that question. And it's many things. In some cases, 5G is about use of new spectrum. In some cases, 5G is about different use case models. But there are some significant cross points that need to be highlighted for the purposes of understanding broadcast broadband convergence. So 5G is about radio access network and internetworking. And what does that mean? Well, I'm probably going to have to get my own glasses out here as well, or read from the big screen. But the fact is that 5G was designed to include many different technology as well as non-3GPP access technologies. And ATSC 3, or what we're calling 5G broadcast as well, is clearly embraced in the largest notion of the 5G standards. So broadcast is a required element of 5G, and the gentleman from Qualcomm has given one case of that for FEMBMS, but the one-to-many efficient delivery methodology is underscored. And so the need for a flexible and dynamic allocation of radio resources between unicast and multicast or broadcast services, as well as support for standalone multicast broadcast networks. And the purpose is to enable more efficient and effective delivery of real-time streaming multicast broadcast content over wide geographic areas, and I would add, just as importantly, data distribution as a service. And so a flexible multicast broadcast service will allow 5G to efficiently deliver such services. And what that says is what we've spoken about all day long, which is the broadcast solutions allow the offload of intense traffic, unified traffic, off of the unicast networks onto a broadcast network. Extremely important. So to supplement, again, it's not, we're not talking about an either or. This is about and how do we make that happen? So the offloading of live content, data distribution, as I said, is a huge focus in the U.S., and part of that intersects with the interest of the automotive industry. And as Sung-Ik earlier stated, you've got a couple large Korean manufacturers that are introducing models that incorporate the options for ATSC3 in commercial vehicles starting in 2023. And so that underscores the significant importance that they're looking at in how do you, in a universe of vehicles that increasingly have the need for data, particularly when you get into the autonomous universe of devices, the uniform nature of some of the data that needs to be distributed is an ideal candidate for broadcast. And I'm actually going to avoid this slide only because I think we've all seen throughout the day what are the motivations for 5G broadcast convergence. But one point that I wanted to highlight as well is that while the IP nature of this broadcast standard provides an easy way to converge at the end device, there's also the need to integrate at the core network level the nature of how such data, whether that data is video or files or other IP-related content. The fact is that there needs to be an integration, a higher level integration at the network level, so that 3GPP networks can interoperate and successfully provide the offload capacity onto a broadcast network. And that activity is activity that's very much underway in ATSC today. There were a number of proposals that were made, and significantly we have AT&T, Verizon, Tata Communications, and many others that are not just active participants, but have provided proposals. So there's an understanding that the wireless networks need a way to collaborate, if you will, with the broadcast networks. And now I'm going to focus on a couple of slides that that Sung-Ik went through. I'm not going to go through all of these, but there's a real value in the increased efficiency of ATSC, and it really comes down to when you're looking at the raw CapEx and OpEx requirements of deploying a successful integrated broadcast network, the efficiencies that are derived from this standard add up to real dollars in terms of the density of the deployment that's required. And I'm not going to go through these in detail, but you know, in some of these examples, the deployment of the ATSC standard as opposed to FE and BMS means that there's a reduction by 1/3 in the required deployment of physical infrastructure. And what that looks like is, it may be hard to see, but again, this is a mapping of what coverage requirements would be to provide for the same bit rate, taking into account indoor coverage at a 10 megabit per second rate. And it is a significant difference in terms of number of sites. And that holds true across many different modeling techniques. So I think I will, the summary, I think, Sunny, is this the same summary that you provided, pretty much? I think I'll leave it there, and I think it's probably more important that if there are questions, we yield to that. Thank you very much.
Nobody's telling us that we have to get off the stage yet. So perhaps we do have some time for questions. Is it all right, Bindu? Or are we done? Okay. We have thumbs up. So do we have any questions in the audience for the panelists? Yes, we have one here. Do we have a volunteer with a mic? Wonderful.
Hello, I'm MS Dohan. Actually, my question is from Mr. Dr. Sung-Ik Park. He has explained nicely the deployment in the Korea, and one of the point of interest is in the mobile, they are using perhaps a low power, low tower, and in that case, for the success of this deployment in this low power, low tower, first, what was the business model used in this mobile thing? Second, how to popularize the receiving sectors? Because in India also, we deployed our DVB-T2 system, and we surveyed with diversity receiver, and mostly NCR region was covered without freezing of the signal. But when we asked the people who actually want to see this, they will enjoy some people will enjoy the cricket match, some news, some others. There is diversity of the audience. So there is a limit in the capacity for the mobile system to make it robust. Of course, ATSC using bootstrap technology is relatively more robust. But in case of the Korea, how it was used, and 2 points. First, what was the business model? Second, in the receiver, what was the minimum required SNR? Thank you.
Yeah, regarding your first question, Korea currently using the only high power, high tower network, but different from the ATS 1.0. For example, to cover the Seoul and metropolitan area, KBS used MFN, multiplication network. I mean, each transmitter has own frequency, but ATS 3.0, pure 100% single frequency network. So even though the KBS and also other broadcasters provide the high power, high tower based SFN, I don't believe it can cover the whole area. So I recommend using the low power, low tower network, but they are not ready yet because no manufacturers provide low cost, low power, low tower. This is a problem. Anyway, KBS is adding the more and more transmitter to provide better quality. This is one answer for your question. For the mobile, the minimum received field strength is highly dependent on data rate, throughput. So we actually and KBS have tested the diversity receivers more than 3 years. to provide HD quality. HD quality, I believe 3 megabps is really good enough for the vehicle HD quality. So the screen size less than 20 inches. So 3 megabps is really good enough for the HD quality. So assuming the 3 megabps and also not LDM, just the TDM, it required around 3 or 4 dB required CNR or SNR. So it calculated the field strength around minus 83 dBm, minus 84 dBm with a single antenna. However, if we adopt diversity receiver, it goes minus 90 dBm received power, minus 90 dBm. Yeah, with the 4 antenna diversity system. So our car manufacturer want to use this diversity chipset in their vehicle. One company in Korea, actually they are not chipset vendor. They bought chipset for ATS 3.0 diversity receiver, and they implemented and tested and ready for providing in the car manufacturer. And also third question is the business model. This is a really, really difficult question. Wow. Currently, we are focusing on the free OTA, free content, but it can be, Korean broadcast, I'm not broadcast, I am research institute guy, so Korean broadcaster considered heavy, massive downloading service for the OTA, the map update or firmware update. This is the first, their business model. Second is targeted advertisement. Third thing is distant education. This is their main business for the model, not only for the mobile, but also in the fixed UHD service. Yeah.
About that, is there any plan to integrate the feed from the satellite also in future? See, we are receiving from the terrestrial transmitters, okay? Is there any plan to integrate the satellite feed also in the home gateway?
Yeah, you asking me? Yeah, I show the home gateway, but that home gateway only for the terrestrial broadcasting. So inside of home, I said, we Korea using the high power based SFN. So it may be not enough to reach inside the home. But in the home, we have we normally install the antenna in the Windows area, near the window. We put the home gateway together, and also smartphone supporting the Wi-Fi. They can watch the content because ATS 3.0 is all IP based. Your second question is that satellite system is not that popular in Korea, so we don't consider.
Thank you, sir. We were given the opportunity to have one question from the audience, but I absolutely invite you, since I think we have tea break next, although I defer to Bindu if that's true. And if so, certainly our panelists are available for additional questions. So I thank you very much for your interest. And with that, perhaps I can turn it back over to Bindu ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madeleine, and speakers. I would like to invite Mr. A.K. Mittal, Advisor TSDSI, to kindly felicitate the speakers and moderator for this session.
Thank you to our panelists.
So first, Mr. Mark Aitken. Can we have the mementos, please? Dr. Sangeet Park. Dr. Puneet Rathod. And we'll save on a planter and a memento because Madeline has already received her one memento earlier. So can we have a group photograph of all the speakers? Thank you. We are running around 20 minutes late, so we propose to have the next session, the session 5, right now, and we can have after the session we can have a vote of thanks, and then we can all proceed for a networking tea and the demo. So I hope that is all right with everybody. Yes. Invite Major General Bishnoi to take over. Yeah.
Now for session 5, that is spectrum availability and leverage for next generation broadcast. I'll request moderator Mr. Sanjeev Shekhar, who is the Joint Secretary Broadcasting at Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, with a demonstrated history of working in the Government of India and tax administration. The current engage is broadcasting sector examining policies for the platforms, carriers, and the content. I would also request Sri R.K. Saxena, the Wireless Advisor WPC DOT. Sri R.K. Saxena is an IRS officer with more than 30 years of administrative, managerial, and technical experience in the field of radio spectrum management at national and international level. He has 33 years of experience in radio frequency spectrum management and monitoring, RF planning, occupancy/vacancy of RF spectrum, RFI analysis, and interference resolution in space and terrestrial networks, radio frequency interference resolutions in the cases of problems due to jammers and boosters, identifications and resolution of interference reported by ITU to any foreign satellite networks, including terrestrial networks. I would also request Sri Bharat Bhatia, the President, ITU APT, Foundation of India, Vice Chairman, WWRF for the Asia Pacific. Sri Bharat Bhatia is the President of ITU APT Foundation of India, Vice Chairman of WWRF for the Asia Pacific. Earlier, he was the President of Telecom Equipment Manufacturer Association of India, that is TEMA, and a Vice President of Association of Telecom Industries of Singapore, ATIS. With this, I leave with the moderator, Sri Sanjeev Shekhar, to commence the session 5. Just a minute, sir. I would also request Professor Siroi, IIT Delhi, Mr. Siroi has over 30 years of experience of research and development in the field of telecommunication and defense communication product design. Krishna Siroi is currently Professor of Practice at Bharati School of Telecom Technology and Management, IIT Delhi, and leading recent initiative of establishing academia and industry collaboration for research and translation and for the development of field-worthy products ahead of state-of-the-art to meet the emerging national needs. So with this, I'll request sir to commence the session.
So to start with, thank you TSDSI, IIT Kanpur and Prasar Bharati for this wonderful platform so that we can discuss some of these issues. And in the morning, the session, the direct to mobile proof of concept was really very interesting. So coming to the session, we have a panel of eminent speakers who have excelled in spectrum management. So as I see this topic, spectrum availability and leverage for next generation broadcast, I see it in two limbs of it. One, of course, is the spectrum management, and the second limb would be the regulation part. So before I come to each of these two, and I request my eminent speakers to make their presentations, I'd like to make certain general observations. So one is that since morning, I think Secretary Try very succinctly mentioned the 3 C's, the convergence, collaboration, convergence, and coexistence. So the convergence debate, it has been going on in this sphere for quite some time, and in the ministry also we have been listening to it. So it depends that where we are, the context of convergence changes. So if you are attending an OTT conference, then probably the convergence would mean that the broadcast would be through the broadband and all that. And today when we are attending this D2m mobile, what OTT tried to do to broadcast, so now broadcast is trying to do to OTT. So the reverse is being planned. So both are fine, and ultimately it boils down to the issue of coexistence and collaboration. So when we see from a regulatory framework, the dilemma for the ministry is always that convergence, insofar as there is a technological aspect of it, it is not in anyone's hand to control. It is driven by technological innovations, and it is supported by government and all well-intended meaning people. So technological convergence is absolutely fine, and it should happen. The dilemma with government is what to do with the existing stakeholders in the sector. So whether to expedite that convergence process at the expense of the existing players, or to let the convergence take place at its own pace and then see how things fan out. In the legal jargon, we say that there is a grandfathering clause. So grandfathering clause, while we make way for the new things, we also take care of the existing stakeholders so that the disruption which is caused on the society and in industry does not cause too much pain. So when we talk of pain on the economy, it is about employment, it is about livelihoods, and it is very important for the ministry to take care of that. The second aspect of collaboration, convergence is coexistence, and that is where the spectrum management comes into the picture. So I think Professor Sirohi and us, we had a very nice presentation where he had discussed about coexistence of spectrums, and where the same frequency transmitters can be used for different purposes. So that is one very novel idea, and that's a very novel concept. The other would be the plain WPC concept of how to manage spectrum. So as we all know that spectrum is a scarce resource and it's a valuable national resource. So to the best of allocation, for the best of utilization and optimum utilization. So with these, and on the regulation part, I would like to just take a couple of minutes, that the convergence that we talk about is largely a technological aspect, is largely a technological concept. When we talk about convergence in the regulatory sphere, we are talking of something which we are not aware actually. Because even if we merge 2-3 ministries together, there will be still verticals within the ministry which will have to take care of separate issues. So what we are talking about, because if we see the broadband sector, there are 3-4 players. So are they running from pillar to post? My answer would be no. Because if the licenses are allotted, they are allotted for 10 years, 20 years. today in the carriage sector, we have DTH, 4 DTH players. They have been allocated for 10 years and renewed for 20 years. So are they running from pillar to post? No. The answer is no. So what is the issue that we are trying to rake up, and what is the issue that we are trying to confront? That there should be a regulatory mechanism. So another issue is the multiplicity of laws. So we also heard about Indian Telegraph Act and Wireless Act and CTN Act, Cable Television Network Act, etc. So the two acts, 1833, 1879, these are the all legacy acts. We are in the CTN Act, Cable Television Network Act, we are trying to have it, give a very close look of it. And we are in a very advanced stage of redoing the act entirely. But it will take some time. It will take, because it has to go for a lot of approval, so it will take a lot of time. So hopefully in the new CTN Act, in its new avatar, we'll be able to address all these regulatory issues and bring things together. So with these words and these, these are the framework in which we have to operate. And with these words, I think I should now hand over this mic to my esteemed colleagues in the panel, who will be now talking about the spectrum management aspects. So to start with, may I invite Shri Bharat Bhatia. You would like to make certain comments, and then we can move on to the other panelists. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thanks to IIT Kanpur, TSDSI, and Prasar Bharati for arranging this wonderful event today, which is very, very timely, I must say. I'm honored to be invited here along this August panelists to share my thoughts, although was not well prepared for today since I don't have a presentation. But this is an area that I've been working on, so quite okay. And spectrum is in my blood, so on spectrum I really don't need any time or anything. After my engineering in way back, 40, 50 years back, my first job was in spectrum, so I started learning spectrum from day one of my life. And just a few thoughts I would add, and then I come back to the spectrum management for mobile TV. But as many of you know and also participate, ITU is very actively involved in this area. ITU has two study groups very important for this part, study group 5 and study group 6. The study group 6 is responsible for broadcasting services and has made a number of standards, and I know many of you must have participated in those. But study group 5 has also become very active in this area, and within study group 5, we have working party 5D, which is responsible for all mobile communications that globally we call as IMT, International Mobile Telecommunications. Many of you know that as 4G or 5G. And in that area, 4G and 5G, lot of activities now started moving in addition to defining the standards for 5G, also going into the area of what has been traditionally called as the broadcasting area. So broadcasting, while a purview of study group 6 and its working parties, working party 5D has also taken upon itself to carry out a number of studies on how 5G or how IMT can be deployed in terms of broadcasting services. And there is one particular group in 5D which I chair globally in ITU or Working Party 5D. It is called specific applications. So the broadcasting comes as one of the specific applications of IMT or 5G. And in my group, we have already started working on preparing a new report on new media applications of IMT IMT 2020 particularly. And in that area, already discussions have started. I think last 2 meetings, we have had a number of contributions. And in this meeting, which is coming up in June, we are going to have a further debate. Some, of course, reservations have been issued on use of the term media for a study group which is not part of study group 6. And we still have to resolve that. But clearly, the role of 5G or role of IMT 2020 and IMT 4G advanced have a very active role in participating in the broadcasting services. And I think we have seen through that day various technologies that are being talked about. Now, when we talk in terms of spectrum management, so clearly 5G has a role in terms of laying down what spectrum to be used for and how that spectrum will be managed. There are 4 aspects of this whole spectrum management conundrum. And it's not an easy task. While we say spectrum management is an easy task, it is not. It's one of the most complex technologies in the world. The right words that come into mind when we talk in terms of spectrum management for any service, whether it is mobile TV or anything else, is the first thing everybody is, auctions. Spectrum equal to auctions. That's the rule laid down by the Supreme Court of India in 2012 and valid till today. So anytime you think in terms of using spectrum for any service, auctions will come first. And rules for auctions, and right now, Ministry of Communication, I'm sure Mr. Sanaji will talk about it, rules for auction of 5G spectrum are already being developed. It's an area where a lot of work is going on, and TRI has already given recommendations for various bands of 5G spectrum auctions, and hopefully DOT will soon be able to provide its inputs, and the auction process will start, and hopefully we will have 5G service by 15th of August as promised. I'm sure it will happen. But developing those rules, and I know the whole team of WPC has been working overnight ever since the TRI recommendation came, it's a very complex process. It is not so simple. We are talking of billions and billions of dollars. And that is not a small money by any imagination. When you talk of auctioning bands starting from 600 megahertz, 700 megahertz, 800, 900, 2000, and going right up to 26 gigahertz. So see the amount of spectrum that will be auctioned for 5G, starting from a very low UHF band up to millimeter wave bands. And that process itself started not now. That process started almost 4 or 5 years back and still going on. So when we think in terms of spectrum for mobile TV, it's not going to be that today we decide and tomorrow there is going to be a mobile TV service. Auction of spectrum, whether we choose 500 megahertz or we choose any other spectrum, there will be a lot of deliberations, and I'm sure TRI will be involved. TRI chairman was here and he must have covered those areas, but that's really a truth today. It's a reality of the time. Yeah, 2 minutes. The second part is the technology. And there are a number of technologies for mobile TV. I'm sure throughout the day you have seen all of those technologies. For the auction or for the spectrum give, you have to decide on what technologies the nation is going to adopt. Different countries have adopted different technologies. And so technologies, auctions, then the band plans. 8 megahertz channels, 6 megahertz channels, 5G, or what kind of the channeling plans, what kind of interference scenario, what kind of adjacent channel scenario. A number of things have to be decided before one can go ahead on this. So there are a number of things we can do. I know we're running out of time, but I will just try to summarize that going forward, Mobile TV is a very important application for the country, and surely we must start the process quickly, and there will be a lot of discussions. And I represent the ITU APT Foundation of India. We are very actively involved in all the ITU activities. So I would welcome the broadcasters also to join us and send contributions to ITU. We are sending one contribution on the IMT multimedia applications to this meeting of 41st. Please join us. Please let us know if you want to contribute to that activity. That will be very welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bharti. And sorry for that interruption because I'm told that we are running short of time, so there are 2 more speakers, so we have to rush through. So we now would like to hear Mr. R.K. Saxena, who is from WPC. So you have to make a presentation, so we can make it faster.
Okay, I can. Next, यहाँ से भी हो जाएगा? कौन सा है? पेज अप. This one, है ना? This is down. So, good evening, distinguished guests and friends, and thanks to TSDSI, Prasar Bharati, and organized by IIT Kanpur. We are here for spectrum, for seeing the spectrum availability and leverage for next-gen broadcast as a part of convergence of D2m broadcast and 5G broadband technology. So I have got few slides here which shows some details about the spectrum availability. So this is the first slide which shows about the spectrum assigned for broadcasting, what spectrum is assigned for broadcasting, and then 470 megahertz to 698 megahertz band. This is dedicated for this thing. And NFAP and reforming part will be covered here. And recently the TRI recommendations have also come on 11th of April. So what TRI recommendations say about these things will be covered here. And then we will see some new technologies in broadcasting for 5G broadcast, next-gen broadcast, etc. And then we will cover some key issues relevant for the usage of 5G broadcast, and finally the policy considerations. So 2 types of broadcasting services are there now, radio and television. So public as well as private operators are providing radio broadcasting services in India. Radio broadcasting services in medium wave and short wave is done exclusively by All India Radio, and as you all know, private operators are doing the FM radio broadcasting in 88 to 108 megahertz band. Besides this, community radio services have also started from 2005 timeframe onwards with the objective to meet the needs of local communities beyond the educational institutes. And certain spots have been identified for this type of services. The TV broadcasting is mainly operated in C-band and Ku-band. C-band is 6/4 gigahertz and Ku-band is 14/12 gigahertz through satellite services. This is a slide which shows extracts from NFAP 2018 in 4702 to 698 megahertz band, which shows that the band is by and large meant for fixed mobile broadcasting services and in some cases radio navigation services. So broadcasting is covered here and fixed is also there and mobile is there. These are the 2 slides, 470 to 698. So this is a slide which shows the same thing that ITU radio regulations in this band may be used for fixed mobile broadcasting and radio navigation services. In India, this band is being used for broadcasting and fixed communication links. The band 470 to 698 megahertz, due to its excellent propagation characteristics, can be used for addressing the broadband coverage requirements of the IMT services, especially in rural and semi-urban areas. The TRI recommendations have recently come on 11th of April 2022. So there it is mentioned that digital terrestrial broadcasting, they have recommended digital terrestrial broadcasting for national use of the band and said that 56 megahertz would be sufficient for digital terrestrial TV coverage at a location. Let us take a note of a band 470 to 646 megahertz, that is 176 megahertz. It was assigned to MIB, Ministry of Information Broadcasting, which has now been reformed to accommodate broadcasting as well as IMT services. Ministry of INB has analog and digital transmitters for television broadcasting in this band and has plans for digital terrestrial television in future. So here is the scenario how 470 to 698 megahertz is splitted. So 470 to 526 megahertz, it continues to be for broadcasting, purely for broadcasting. 526 megahertz to 582 megahertz, the band in the question today for D2m broadcasting. So that is to be shared, that is for shared use of mobile IMT and broadcasting use. 582 to 646 is again, it has to be reformed for mobile IMT use. 646 to 698 reformed for mobile IMT use. The last two bands have been got vacated and now intended for specific use of IMT mobile services. 526 to 582, we have yet to see how the mobile IMT and broadcasting can coexist. But this is where we have to hit mobile TV, as Mr. Bhatia said. Mobile TV is very important. So we must do some studies in this band for coexistence, so that this technology is there. So let us see what does the TRI recommendations dated, released recently on 11th of April, say about 526 to 698 megahertz band. We had sought comments from TRI for 526 to 698 megahertz band, and when the recommendations came, TRI recommended 612 to 698 megahertz. That's 40 plus 40 megahertz, 40 megahertz paired band. That is band plan B1 by APT. So they decided this band for IMT. Additionally, TRI also said the band plan for the frequency range 526 to 612 megahertz, which is yet to be defined by 3GPP ITU. It also stated development of ecosystem for IMT in 526 to 612 megahertz is in progress. Since this is in progress, the band should not be put to auction in the forthcoming auction. Lower frequency bands provide wider and deeper coverage, particularly for in-building coverage and rural average coverage, as you all know. So the band 526 to 612 megahertz should be reserved for IMT services. This is what TRI says. TRI further says about the same thing, since 526 to 582 is a question band. So it says that DOT may explore the possibility of this band being used for IMT as well as for broadcasting by MIB on coexistence basis. So studies are on, DOT is examining the issue. A committee has been set up where representatives from Prasar Bharati and Ministry of Information Broadcasting have also been taken into consideration, and so that the broadcasters and this media lobby, so this part is covered through MIB so far as addressing the coexistence is concerned. TRI also said that reforming of this frequency range for IMT may be performed in a phased manner so that as and when some frequency carriers are vacated, the same can be auctioned for IMT services. In fact, there is an understanding with MIB that all the installations which are already there, other than that, no more new installations. And so 526 to 612 megahertz, DOT has to liaison with APT, ITU and 3GPP for development of a regional band plan for IMT. It's all about IMT, as I can see, TRI has recommended. So, but there is no worry, 526 to the band in question, that is 526 to 582 megahertz, their coexistence is to be seen. So for that, committee has been set up, matter is under examination in DOT. So these are the technologies for providing broadcast content direct to mobile services through various ways. That is, one is LTE-based 5G terrestrial broadcast technology for use of the cellular network to transmit the TV and radio content that is currently transmitted in a dedicated broadcasting network. The second is digital video broadcasting in terrestrial mode. The next is integrated services digital broadcasting in terrestrial mode, and advanced television systems committee that works seamlessly with 5G core. So these are the various options for technologies providing the broadcast content direct to mobile. These are some key issues which are relevant for the usage of 5G broadcast for broadcast services. If these services have to exist, then what are the challenges that we can face? So some of them are support of free-to-air service over 3GPP, then broadcast only service for UEs with no MNO broadcast subscription. The next is support of shared 5G broadcast functions. Then 5G broadcast service and 5G broadcast transport functions. Then exposure of 5G broadcast service and transport capabilities to third parties. Network dedicated to TV broadcast via 5G broadcast, and single frequency network deployments with inter-site distance significantly larger than a typical ISD associated with typical cellular deployments. And the last is support for receive-only mode services and devices. So these are some of the key issues which are relevant for the usage of 5G broadcast for broadcast services if it has to exist. And the final slide, this is the final slide, policy consideration for mobile TV. So spectrum auctions, and before spectrum auctions, firstly, mobile TV technology options, what technology we employ. Based on that, what kind of spectrum we set aside for public sector broadcaster so that it comes into our life. Then frequency band to be selected for mobile TV broadcast, what spectrum we select. So as on now, it is focused on 526 to 582 megahertz, where we have to see the coexistence studies, for which, as I said, a committee has been set up and it has to do the work. And inputs from all the lobby, all the sectors is very much welcome, very much invited through Ministry of Information Broadcasting and Prasar Bharati, so that the issue is addressed. And subsequently, the auction portion will come. Thank you. And lastly, as Mr. Bhatia told about the 5G auctions, so a lot of work has been done for 5G auctions. Trial recommendations have come, and there also this band is addressed, and we have done a lot of preparation like a standing committee, Digital Communication Commission meetings and all that, and cabinet note is the offering. And we plan to auction almost 72,000 megahertz spectrum. This will be a record-breaking scene in the country so far. And 5G auctions are likely to take place in July. That's what we aim, because our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Minister, they want to inaugurate it on 15th of August. Jai Hind, Dhanyavad. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Saxena. So, the key takeaway, I think, was that the subject frequency band 526 to 582 megahertz is still under consideration of a committee. So, that is the key takeaway, which is the request of for direct to mobile that this band may be allocated for DTM. So, now we move to the last presenter, Professor Krishna Sirohi of IIT Delhi, please.
Okay. So, namaskar. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm happy at least by three recognized points. One, that organizers found interesting to invite me to represent some of the IIT Delhi's view here. Second one is there is some good amount of change in the country, and I thought I'll get an opportunity to congratulate Indian companies like Sankhya Labs, which is going to take truly a multinational shape. So this was really an interesting moment for me to meet Sankhya Labs leadership with this recent change. And the third one is certainly we are talking about the spectrum availability, what is the best way of utilizing the available spectrum. And I'm going to share some thoughts how multiple services potentially can be introduced or can be launched using the same spectrum. So there's a concept for many people it is difficult to believe that this can happen, but the research outcome so far has been quite encouraging, and it makes good sense for us to create a deployable prototype so that this simultaneous coexistence of 5G IoT kind of network, not the high data rate network of 5G, but at least a IoT kind of network need not to be really narrowband. It could be a little better than that. And that can simultaneously coexist with the terrestrial TV broadcast. So this is something, if we are successful in realizing this concept and make a deployable solution, then it really becomes a viable solution of creating an alternate IoT infrastructure network nationwide and become a substantially an important connectivity asset for various emerging new sectors, primarily in the rural areas. If I see agriculture is one of those sectors which is looking for technology intervention, and technology intervention needs wireless connectivity infrastructure in place, and certainly it is missing in our rural area of the country. And if we are successful in meeting these technological objectives, it will be something very, very useful. This is our belief. So the certain motivations towards this research and our implementation proposals and the talk here is that we see a very high demand emerging from various critical sectors, and I consider agriculture, health, education, governance, and of course the wireless surveillance. These are the emerging areas. And if I take an example of agriculture alone, that providing 100% wireless coverage into the agriculture fields throughout, which is necessary for my crop production monitoring, for harvesting, for food processing, even supply chain, which ensures the trusted quality of the food supply. This is actually quite far from our targets. We are not approaching that kind of infrastructure, and even if there are potential proposals, but they are not being put forward by our apex organizations, primarily because there is no availability of such contiguous infrastructure of connectivity, right? So in this scenario, can we think of an alternate way of setting up at least a machine type communication which can meet the need of our emerging demands? And so this is a thought process which is driving our research team, and assuming that there is a significant potential and success in these areas, then can we as Indian academia attempt to translate these research into a deployable systems to create new alternates, and what will go in making these deployable systems by leveraging the research outcome would not be just an academic research competence, but a combined competence of research and implementation. And so this becomes a new power of the country, and which can be exploited for many other needs which we need to look forward. I'm not sure how many minutes I have for the discussion. Maybe 5 minutes, or fine. I'll quickly run through what I'm planning to see here, and if I do not cover what I came here to convey, I invite all of you to my institute in IIT Delhi, and we can have more discussions on that. But certainly I'll put forward some of the concepts what I have come here. The one point which I have noticed today in the white paper and the discussions, that 526 to 582 we want to retain with the public broadcaster, and this has an interesting point for me. Now, there has been multiple methods of enhancing the spectrum availability, and so typically number one is, of course, you allocate new bands. A lot of research and the international collaboration regulations are happening in this side, and then a technological enhancement to draw maximum per hertz to increase the efficiency. This is a second attempt ever going. There's no stoppage on this. And then there are methods of cognitive reuse, where the primary system who has been allocated, if it is not user, can technology detect that there is at this point of time, at this space time, and things are not being utilized, Can it be used for something else? Right? So all those research have been, I would say, is a prior art. So it is anyway being done. Now, what we are, the research team at IIT Delhi is finding interesting by their results is that we are talking about the simultaneous uses. Now, the simultaneous uses, you have on a terrestrial television broadcast. It could be any band, whether it is 470 to 585 or 526 to further, right? We are actually not limited with this. These concepts are equally valid for the satellite TV band as well, right? But the current implementation, what we are thinking and currently doing in the lab is only current, terrestrial digital transmission of things. Now, within this band, we are trying to put an coexisting IoT network. And these IoT options could be narrowband IoT options, it could be LTM, it could be 5G IoT, which 5G IoT I mean is beyond narrowband. It is actually little broadband. It is critical IoT. It is time sequence net, IoT, and many other aspects which is capable for multimedia capabilities as well. Now, what is the technology enabler for making us these thoughts? Number one is the transmission, the terrestrial television broadcasting systems. Receiver sensitivity is at some advantage. There's some other newer technology can utilize that band. So that is one possibility. The second possibility that today by the new methods, there is an ability to detect interference and that can be cancelled. And so this successive interference cancellation implementation is the key opportunity for us to implement and which is done as a standard receive chain of the 5G and beyond 5G for both uplink and the downlink transceivers. And for the transmit chain is also the certain information which you know about this interference, which you actually cancel. These are very useful information by which you can suitably choose the transmission characteristics before transmitting it. And so again for both downlink and uplink of the primary receivers, it ensures that it does not interfere, and so you exploit multiple signal space characteristics. So this is very simplistic diagram. There's a two mode of simultaneous coexistence. One could be cooperative and another is non-cooperative. So let's talk about a case where it is non-cooperative. Non-cooperative in the sense that the primary, which is a television transmitter, is not really bothered that there is another transmitter also existing, but the another transmitter which is beyond 5G base station and beyond 5G IoT device, these are aware that there is another transmission happening. So this is a non-cooperative case. So in this case, TV downlink and the TV uplink, there is no additional processing done, though these systems remain unchanged. However, in the beyond 5G downlink, we do this transmission control and also for transmission control of the base station, which is communicating towards the devices, and also we are doing successive interference cancellation at the receive of the devices, and the similar things is done when it is uplink, something being transmitted from the IoT device to the beyond 5G base station. Why do I call it a beyond 5G? Because these are not the integral feature of the 5G, but we have to find a method how these new additional functionality can be added into the systems of the 5G, and that is actually an implementation challenge, and we are working out on the implementation methods on this. So what I'm trying to mention here that this is
actually one of the prime direction of the 6G, where channel state information based SICs, which is successive interference cancellation, and quality of service based SIC are the important aspects of this, and further application of machine learning in making these decisions of interference detection and removal and the transmission control is going to be the main theme of 6G. So if we do not do these pilots and try out into systems now, possibly after 4, 5 years, 6 years, the whole world would anyway be coming up with these proposals. So the key point is that possibly at the very right time we are ready to make these prototypes and want to go for the trials. Now, if you look at the national preparation, that what is important that we have declared that we want to be Atmanirbhar. So there's a public announcement. It is known globally that India is preparing for the 6G technology, and we want to take a leadership position by 2030 in 6G. Yeah, I'll take 1 minute, right? And recently you would have noticed a statement from Nokia CEO that there will not be any smartphone in 6G. This will vanish. So those are the credentials who can make such a statement. I don't think we in the country are able to make any such statement what we expect out of 6G, what we want to drive 6G towards this. So, where is that India statement of 6G? So this is something I want to highlight. Possibly the regulator would say that when the 6G auction will happen, there will not be 100 megahertz for one operator, 100 megahertz for second operator, maybe 100 for the third operator. He will give entire 300 megahertz to the operators, and whatever they utilize from this total bucket of 300, they will be charged accordingly. So technology is actually growing towards that. You need not to make these buckets to each service providers. Possibly you will do a much better management. Already the spectrum utilization. Possibly in many areas, the cellular operators spectrum utilization may be less than 25%. So the technology will give us a tool and a mechanism how the available spectrum can be best utilized. So I think to do that, at least IIT Delhi, we have some plan to do this implementation, and this is a part of one of the major initiatives, which is academia and industry collaboration. That is why I'm here at IIT Delhi, and this we have already set up a 5G and beyond open source based entire experimental setup, which enables us to introduce any kind of functionality in addition to the current 5G functionalities in the system. And these collaboration with industry gives us multiple goals of developing collaborative development for the product which is ahead of a state of art. This is one of the example, and of course this setup we want to put up to nurture many other deep tech technologies, and this is a major plan of setting up the facility within the IIT campus, Delhi campus, where things will actually start graduating, where so far the research ends at the simulation results. Now this research will continue for the implementation and the solution development and become a showcase. Before it actually goes to the commercialization, it becomes a showcase within the campus of that. So I think I'll stop here, and I'll be happy to receive your comments and your visit to our place to discuss anything more. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Professor Siroi. Spectrum is scarce, and if we can promote research for simultaneous use in the same band, so that will be great. I think I have personally seen that presentation, and it has great potential, especially to start with for IoT, Internet of Things, and it has application, as you said, in agriculture, health, everywhere. So thank you very much, Mr. Saxena, Mr. Bhatia, Professor Siroi. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mrs. Anuradha Agrawal from Prasar Bharati to kindly felicitate the dignitaries on the dais. Ma'am, please. I would request the panelists for the photograph, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I would request DG TSDSI to come on the dais for the vote of thanks.
Well, what a great day it has been. So much learning and so many insights. And best of all, we have converged. We have converged that broadcast broadband convergence is the answer, is the next big, foray in technology that we are going to make. I think the story of 5G has reverberated for the last year or more. But when we take this journey, this is going to reverberate for a century and make a big impact on the lives of people in different aspects in India. So I think it's been a great session. And first and foremost, I want to thank the organizers of this. I think the maximum burden has been taken by Professor Adrish Banerjee. So special thanks for him. And Prashant, Maru, and along with them, Major General Bishnoi, Bindu, please come, Bindu and Shefali and Sonia from the TSDSI team, a lot of guidance from Mr. Mittal, and of course the driving force behind all of this has been Mr. Shekhar Vempati, who gave us a deadline and said, you have to make it happen. He wanted it to happen before 31st May, but we pushed the deadline by 1 day. So, not bad. It's really what we experienced, and when we were in the sessions, people said it was such a rich event in terms of, the content and what they learned and the insights. We didn't have big major presentations, but what came was from so much learning that people brought and shared. So it doesn't look like such a undoable thing anymore. We have reached a point where I think we have passed the what do you call it, the hype cycle trough of disillusionment, and we are getting into the upper side of deployment and success eventually. So. Besides that, thanks to all the speakers and Madeleine, Mark, Sesh, who have been guiding us and supporting us for this more than 4 years. They've been, they were the first who kind of introduced this concept. I think Sankhya Labs has been working closely with them, and this was brought into TSDSI, and since then we have been on this track and this journey. So thanks a lot for coming all the way and participating, and this is not their first visit. This is, I think, maybe third, fourth, fifth visit, 5 visits, okay. And Sesh has made how many visits? 50. Yeah, I mean, almost, there was a time when he was here twice a month. Twice a month he would be in India, right? So he would go, he would come back, you know, it's amazing. So that's the kind of effort and legwork, and I think a lot of investment that has gone into reaching just this point where all we are saying is that we've done a POC, right? We've just kind of scratched the surface, and we've seen there's so much more to be done to cast this to reality. And I was telling Professor Banerjee that we have just, this was just the beginning. This was the easy part, coming here. The hard work starts now, right? And if we don't double down and do that hard work, then all this effort will go waste. So other than that, Bindu, remind me who all I should thank. Maybe I should just go through the list here. So most people are absent, so I broadcast a thank you to all the people in absentia. Okay, but I do, and in terms of what the summary of the session, I would say the first session, the key takeaway was that all these key decision makers in the country, in this space, came and sat here, and they said, we hear you, we believe you, now go make it happen. We are there to support you, right? Does anybody disagree with this conclusion from the inaugural session? How many people agree with this conclusion from the inaugural session? Okay, people have 2 hands up also, right? So I guess, and this is what this was all about, right? We got a full thumbs up to go ahead and make it happen, okay? And then in the following session, with Parag and Shekhar Vempati, I mean, it was broadcast as a service. I think the concluding remark that he made kind of captures it all. That we have the cell phone, right? And we have, and Prakash has been saying this also, that Wi-Fi is converged with mobile on the cell phone. All we are trying to do is put a D2m and converge it on the same device. That's what this is all about. What's the big deal? Why is it so difficult, right? So if we think about it in those simple terms, then I guess we can approach it and make it happen. And you have DTT. So he says, okay, I have DTT. Let's make D2m happen where I have DTT, and then we'll worry about what we do next, right? So I think that's a very good roadmap and a good journey. And in the roadmap session, we had Secretary Try. We had Sesh Simha says that India is going to define India's roadmap will become the roadmap for the world, and Mr. Raghunandan took this mantra, which again people repeated again and again: collaborate, convergence, and coexist. So these 3 mantras, we're going to make this happen, and I think that kind of summarizes the spirit behind what the others said. In the standards and regulatory and the global convergence scenario, Dr. Park gave some, a very, very strong and compelling reason why ATSC 3.0 is the standard to adopt. It sounded very, very compelling, and I'm sure the experts here are excited by that. And then Puneet and Mark and everybody, Madeline told us that there have been so many deployments. This was not the case when we met last time, right? There was no such story. And even when people were locked in their homes during COVID, there's a lot that has happened across the globe, right? So there's so much happening. So this is a happening place, and we are in the right place at the right time. So Puneet told us what's happening in 3GPP. Mr. Mittal and then Bharat Bhatia and others have told us there's so much activity around this happening in ITU. So the stage is all set. It's for us to go participate in all the right places and play the game and move forward. Mr. Saxena has launched this committee, and I heard a lot of people, they want to be part of your committee. So you open it up, get all the right people in there, so that the right debate happens there instead of after you release your report. Let's. Huh? Yeah, but you have to make it work in your committee. But you know, I hope you have brought in all the right people from all the different spectrums. And then finally, Sirohi ji showed us the beacon of light. Hey guys, why are you fighting about whether this is my spectrum or your spectrum? We can make it work simultaneously, right? So I guess that was the story today, and a wonderful story, very exciting. And thanks to everybody, and special thanks to the audience for their committed involvement till the end. What else do I have to do, Bindu? Nothing? Photograph of everybody? Okay, everybody comes up and we take a photograph. Oh yeah, thanks. Sankhya team I did thank. And here, Rajesh and who else is there? Sarat is there? Rajesh, the man, Akanksha, Akash, and the Sankhya team is still in the demo room. Can they come up front? Sachida, where's Sachida? Oh, he's there, right. Okay, so thanks Akash and thanks Akanksha for getting all this content together. Sachida's birthday today, so we do a happy birthday to Sachida. So your birthday is always going to be lucky for us. Many more birthdays for you. Okay, so we now have a photograph? Okay, let's all get together for a photograph. Myself? Okay, yeah.